Mira.
Jan, you good to hear. Yes?
Mira, amor.
What?
Buenas noches. Good night. No, good evening. Good night means like how you do it. You know, that's good evening.
Good night means you're leaving. You're
Yeah,
gone.
good night. I told Killing already that.
Goodbye.
Mira, qué nombre hay, mira.
For some reason, when I try to capture the window, it doesn't capture the whole thing. So it's like I need to scale the window down.
Aquí falto yo.
Okay.
No, mentira. no te creas, no.
There,
¿Por qué?
for some reason, I don't understand why OBS does this. It's yeah, the screen is much bigger than the window for capturing.
Oh, I see.
So it's not capturing. I have to capture the whole entire everything.
Bueno, sí, pero 1, 2. A ver, permítame tantito.
Yeah, they're getting ready. El mundo es público, solamente que sea él juez.
No es PC, no puede unirse.
No, pero el mundo es público.
Hola, ¿qué tal, chicos? Muy buenas noches. En un momento más comenzamos su stream, así que vayan preparando el cargador de sus teléfonos, preparen sus palomitas y pues más que nada no olviden de pasársela súper genial. En un momento más comenzamos, vamos a celebrar este hermoso evento. La verdad estoy súper emocionado, súper feliz de estar por acá. Y que pues aquí una persona muy importante del Furry Fandom de Estados Unidos nos invitó a streamear este evento. La verdad, chicos, estoy súper feliz, súper emocionado. Por ahí un saludito a Tsuyu. Hola Tsuyu, ¿cómo estás? Sogo. Hola André, comadre, ¿qué onda? ¿Qué pedo? ¿Cómo le va? Muy buenas noches, espero que te encuentres muy bien. ¡Yay! Y pues chicos y chicas, en un momento más comenzamos por ahí. Muchas gracias, comadre André, por compartir el stream. Y les sigo recordando, además de que no olviden de darle muchos corazoncitos y compartir este stream. Compartirlo con el refrigerador de tu casa, con tu tía, mi tía, la suya y la mía. Con lo que tú tengas, güey. Pero no olvides de compartirlo. Y estoy súper feliz y emocionado. Vaya, esta hermosa noche, pues la verdad, van a ocurrir muchas cosas maravillosas, muchas cosas hermosas. Hola, ¿qué tal, comadre Malian? ¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo estás, Hugo? Hola,
el mundo
Suki.
es
Buenas
público,
noches.
puede entrar.
Sí. Y pues chicos, en un momento más comenzamos, así que prepárense, vayan preparando sus galletas, vayan preparando su sillita, el cargador de su teléfono y vamos a celebrar este hermoso evento. ¡Yay! Hola David, ¿cómo estás? Buenas noches. Para aquellas personas que igual se quieren unir a VRChat, lo pueden hacer mediante, si ustedes me miran conectado por VRChat, me dejaré en color azul para que se puedan unir los que gusten. Así que vénganse, únanse y diviértanse. Y pues de igual manera no olviden de que la mejor diversión está por acá. Así que vamos a recordar a los padres del Furry Fandom, al padre Furry Fandom, ¿no? Vaya, estoy súper emocionado. Y por ahí también estamos haciendo stream en conjunto con Hachidogo, que prácticamente está aquí conmigo, pero él no está hablando porque él está preparándose, está arreglándose y quién sabe qué más. Creo que se está cepillando el cabello, vaya. Dice Hachidogo. Así que el día de hoy estamos súper emocionados. Así que por ahí les voy a poner tantito la visualización de la gente que está llegando. Los voy a poner acá en el stream para que digan, no, Aldana no muestra nada. Claro que sí mostramos. Y ahorita encendemos la camarita. Así que Por ahí les prendo cámara por acá. Cámara de streaming aquí activada. Por ahí vemos a la gente que está empezando a llegar. Vaya, sí que hay mucha gente que está llegando. La mayoría de la gente no se va a ver porque he optimizado un poco mi computadora para que realmente podamos disfrutar un poco de la calidad del stream. Aquí tenemos a nuestro queridísimo amigo Sótalo. Él es el organizador del evento.
Más o menos se me hace que se vaya.
Y pues prácticamente en un momento más comenzamos, chicos. Si me están mandando mensaje en el chat, ahorita les respondo. Buenas noches, David, ¿qué onda? ¿Cómo están? Y por ahí estamos viendo a personitas que están llegando. Si me acerco a este cuate se desbloquea, vaya. Y pues no se olviden de que esto va a estar súper padre, súper hermoso. Aquí tenemos más gente, aquí tenemos un dragoncito bien bonito, güey, qué hermoso. Aquí tenemos otra personita más, así que no me carga su avatar, pero a ver, necesito abrir un poco más lo de la cámara espaciado. Y por ahí Sotron nos dice, conectan con las personas que pienso que merecen estar acá. Por ahí está haciendo una traducción Sótalo. A ver, hola Cami, ¿cómo estás, Agua? Buenas noches, chicos y chicas. Permítanme tantito, voy a configurar un poco mi camarita. Voy a configurar esto. Tamales de pollo. Ay. Aquí voy a configurar un poquito mi cámara.
Oh, man.
Y por spoilers por ahí, para toda la gente que nos está viendo, parece que va a venir personas famosas del Furry Fandom. Personas famosas del Furry Fandom. Así que permítanme un momentico, voy a configurar lo de espaciado de avatars. Permítanme un momentito. Hola, ¿qué tal, Universe? ¿Qué onda? Mi pasiva. Todo bien. ¿Qué tal te encuentras, Agua? Buenas noches. No soy pasiva. ¿Cómo crees, Agua? A ver, voy a activar lo de avatares. Interaction. Muy pobres. Ocultar avatares lejanos. No lo vamos a ocultar. Vamos a poner 41 metros. Máximo de número de avatares mostrado. Vamos a poner 14 para que no nos... Bueno, por lo que vemos ahora sí está llegando gente hermosa, gente muy bonita. Miren este leoncito, miren qué hermoso. Así que chicos, ¿qué les está pareciendo? En un momento más comenzamos, todavía están iniciando, están conversando, estamos esperando a que más gente se llegue. Por ahí está el compadre. Hello, compadre. Good evening. Good evening, guys.
Buenos días.
Buenas noches.
He's also talking to the guy inside of you also.
Y por ahí estamos saludando a las personas y estamos viendo que están llegando aún más, así que vamos.
You can't die, Creep. You're dead already, Creep.
Tenemos un oso, güey. No de los osos que tú piensas, güey. Es un oso maduro. ¿Qué onda? Pero, güey, ¿qué onda? Aquí tenemos a Hachi Dogo con nosotros. Hola, Hachi. Hola, Hachi, ¿cómo estás? Buenas noches. ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué tal te sientes? ¿Cómo te sientes emocionado? También andas con tu cámara en multistream. Estás muteado.
Perdón. Disculpa. Es que como parte de los medios de comunicación, pues hay que estar aquí.
Sí, exactamente. Somos lo de chismecito, ¿no? Por ahí tenemos al osito que se llama Timid Grizzly. Say hello.
Hello, buddy. Who are you? Say hi.
Solamente hablo unos dos palabras en español.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry.
English, he know.
Good, because they only know solamente also a little bit of English too.
Por ahí vemos que no habla de muchas palabras en español, pero hey, excelente trabajo, good job.
You're who are using your Spanish is good.
Yes. Y pues bueno, chicos, vamos a explorar un poquito más de la gente que está llegando. Ahí estamos viendo a otro forito más. Esta especie se llama Nardo Dragon. Estamos viéndolo acá precisamente. Aquí tenemos otro avatar. A ver, veamos. Ah, mira, es un Winterpaw. ¡Qué hermoso! A ver, lo vamos a desbloquear. Vamos a desbloquearlo. Es un Winterpaw, güey. Es un Winterpaw. A ver. A ver, permítanme tantito, chicos.
Don't die on us, Crypt.
Ok, el avatar no me carga. Ah, miren, ahí está el Winterpole. Pero creo que está pensando. Bueno, por lo que veo por acá que se está poniendo muy bueno el evento. Por aquí tenemos las reglas que pusieron del museo virtual sobre el evento que se va a realizar el día de hoy. Por ahí les estoy mostrando. Si ustedes miran algo malo en el stream, me pueden decir. Por ahí estoy también por acá configurando, tratando de darle la mejor calidad a ustedes, que disfruten y pues más que nada que se sientan cómodos y cómodas por acá. Lo que no sé es por qué no se muestra la imagen de iniciando stream, güey. A ver, permítame un momentito, voy a configurar esto. ¡Hey! Bienvenido de regreso, Okami. Ah, no te preocupes, Okami. Welcome back. Como dicen por ahí.
Thank you all for coming tonight. If you're not aware, this is the 1 year anniversary, the 1 year memorial of Sylys' passing. We will be having a service in about 48 minutes. We're going to be going through his a special presentation of the history, which includes his own biography combined with the history of the fandom. This is not really a presentation I give very often. Last time I gave it was a year ago, the day of his passing. When I tour the museum, I always share history, but this is special just for Sylys. So yeah, I have some special rules for the event over here. Basically, we want only people who are going to attend the event service to be here, because there were many people who wanted to make it last time, couldn't make it. I would like to make some room for if anyone.
Por ahí nos están diciendo que prácticamente durará como 48 minutos más o menos, y va a haber una presentación de toda la historia del Furry Fandom, más o menos.
I also wanted to invite the adventure team and some anime folks because I feel like they need to be included as well. This is not a let's have fun at the museum night. That is any night you would like. Any night you can have fun. This event is going to be for Sylys. And so the social hour will continue for another 45 minutes, and then we'll get started with the event. If any of you have any questions, feel free to come to me, and there's also the sign here. And one other thing. We have two streamers with us, Soy-Dano and Hachi-Dago. I am going to be having a closed caption and translation in Spanish. You can actually click me and turn off user chat box if it gets in the way. That is there for people who need closed captioning and or need the Spanish translation. And Soy-Dano and Hachi-Dago are both streaming the event live. So if you don't want to be in the instance or you can't be in the instance, you can definitely head over to their live streams and see the event. But yeah, we'll get started in 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ok, chicos, por lo que vemos dicen que vamos a comenzar en unos minutos más, así que les sigo recordando que pues prácticamente
Where's your threats, compadre? Looks like a hippie threats, man.
Coméntame tantito.
What do you mean, hippie thread?
Yeah, man. You look like a modern art.
Y pues prácticamente, chicos y chicas, aquí estamos viendo de que pues en 45 minutos más o menos vamos a comenzar este evento. Es una ceremonia de recordación sobre la muerte del fundador del Furry Fandom. Si tú no sabías que el Furry Fandom tenía prácticamente su fundador, sí, prácticamente tenemos a Mark Melino, ese era su nombre de esta persona, muy importante. Su persona se llamaba Sylys. Entonces, precisamente el día de hoy él falleció y pues se está recordando de que pues, sinceramente hay que brindarle un honor, vaya. Y en este caso, mi amigo Sótalo, el cocodrilo que ustedes estuvieron viendo, él estuvo comentando acerca de que pues, o sea, es una ceremonia como tal y pues es muy bonito recordar a alguien muy importante. Sé que mi traducción no es muy buena, pero por lo menos intenta, güey, te estoy trayendo un contenido. Y pues más que nada, vamos a comenzar ya en unos minutos más, así que les voy a poner un video de introducción, por ahí sean todos y bienvenidos y bienvenida a aquellas personitas que se están uniendo. Y pues pónganse cómodos y cómodas porque en 45 minutos más o menos, mientras estamos acá, les puedo mostrar parte del museo, vaya. Y pues estoy muy feliz, súper emocionado porque el canal de Yo Soy Dano es primera vez que es invitado a un evento muy especial, vaya. Y es como que, güey, qué pedo. Y pues prácticamente aquí estamos en una parte del museo, aquí estamos pues presentando algunas cositas por ahí. Por aquí, si tú no sabías que existía un museo virtual, pues sí lo hay, está en VRChat y aquí contiene toda la historia sobre el furry fandom. Vaya, es muy interesante, ¿no crees? Hola Willow, ¿cómo estás? Bol, ¿qué onda? ¿Qué pedo? ¿Qué hay de nuevo, chicos? Y pues sí, precisamente les sigo diciendo de que pues esto es un museo virtual que tú puedes visitar, conocer un poco más sobre el furry fandom. Dice Okami, cada día se aprende más, exactamente Okami. Y pues vaya, uno dice, ay, ya no hay nada más en el furry fandom. Y precisamente hay un montón de cosas, créanme, desde cositas pequeñas, notas, hojas, hay un montón de cosas, podría decirse, por ejemplo, dibujos, cómics. Precisamente aquí en la parte de enfrente donde yo estoy, hay una pantalla donde se miran dibujos, se miran todo esto, todo lo que ustedes observan. Es contenido hecho por Mark Merlino, por Sylys, o sea, algunos son dibujitos hechos por él, algunos son donados. Aquí lo que estamos viendo. Si tú no sabías, esta es una carta escrita ¿por quién? A ver, veamos, dice... De Mark Merlino, exactamente. Y pues esa es una cartita como tal, pues como vemos por ahí, está en inglés, güey, ni yo la entiendo, pero más o menos, conchito madre. Y pues si no sabías que existía el fundador del Furry Fandom, o prácticamente el papá del Furry Fandom, pues ahora ya lo sabes. Y tú ahí que estás en el chat, si tienes alguna pregunta, alguna duda, me la puedes preguntar ahora mismo. Tampoco te quiero desinformar, tampoco quiero decir algo malo. También quiero que tú te enteres de cositas que ni siquiera te has enterado por otros creadores de contenido. Algunos creadores de contenido no le dan importancia, vaya, pero en mi canal sí le damos importancia, porque es algo primordial. Muy, muy bonito, muy, muy alegre. O sea, güey, qué pedo, ya hablo como Luisito Comunica. Y pues, ¿cómo te diría yo? Es un detalle, vaya. Y como les sigo diciendo, chicos, ya en unos minutos más comenzamos. Les estoy mostrando una parte no me voy a adelantar. Así que voy a poner mi pantalla de un momento, regresamos. Así que cualquier cosita, cualquier detalle, sígamelo diciendo. Así que por ahí nos sigamos viendo. Así que chance, chicos. Vamos a bajar para abajo. Vamos para acá abajito.
Representando el orden del sexo, vida, salud. Y
aquí tenemos a Hachidogo con su stream. Ahí está explicando una parte del museo. Por aquí tenemos a un furrito. Pues prácticamente no podemos decir cómo se siente. Podemos saludarlo, decirle hi buddy. Hello. Y pues, pues andamos viendo. Acá vemos a mi pareja y a su compadre. Hey compadre, good evening. How are you today? How are you? ¿Cómo estás?
I'm doing good, buddy. Hello.
Hello. A ver, una pregunta, question.
Question.
Yeah,
for you, compadre.
¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Cómo te sientes el día de hoy?
How do you feel today?
I'm feeling pretty good, feeling pretty chill. How are you?
Se siente bien y calmado. ¿Tú? He's activating his translator, I think.
Yo estoy súper emocionado, súper feliz de estar por acá. Y pues, I am very happy for this evento.
Yeah.
Ceremony.
It's a wonderful.
Nomás que recuerden que, como dijo él, que ya comenzando que se den un poquito bajados porque es memoria.
Sí. Hola, ¿qué tal, Capitán CD? ¿Cómo
estoy.
estás, Hugo? Alexis Prado. Hola, buenas noches, chicos y chicas. Y pues miren, en un momento más comenzamos. Por ahí estamos viendo la gente que está llegando. Vaya, pareciera que no van a llegar, pero sí hay mucha gente que está llegando. Miren, ahí tenemos una fursona murciélago. Vamos a desbloquearla por si quieren verlo. A ver, vamos a ver. Por ahí nos está cargando el avatar. Ahí tenemos un Mayu o un Mayate, otro de los avatars. Si te preguntas, güey, cuántas especies hay un montón. Aquí tenemos un dragoncito, bien guapo. Oh. Hello. Aquí tenemos más gente que está llegando. Tenemos aquí a un Sonic mamado, güey. Tenemos un Sonic mamadísimo. Tenemos un Coyore, Nos vemos, Alexis, cuídate mucho. Hasta luego.
You fall asleep and then someone just came along with a rattle can? Or...
Aquí tenemos otro avatar, no sé qué especie sea. Ahí tenemos a Dragón Azteca que se está ocultando. No sé por qué se está ocultando, pero hay que pegarle lumbre, güey. Dragón Azteca, te pegamos lumbre. Winston dice, hay mucha variedad. Y no te imagines, así más variedades. Dragón Azteca, ¿ya viste el dragón que está al lado de tuyo? ¿Ya viste el dragón que está ahí?
Sí, ya lo vi.
Miren, ese dragoncito está bien bonito. Qué bonito avatar. ¿Se lo llevan o no se lo llevan? Aquí tenemos otro avatar. Es como una niñita. ¿Sabes a quién se parece? Al de Spy Family. Creo que así se llama el anime, güey. Está bien bonita, está bien hermosa. Creo que se llama Family Space, algo así. Está interesante. Por lo que veo se está llegando mucha gente, ¿eh? A ver si no nos morimos más al ratito. Hola Diana, ¿cómo estás? Obo, impactado. ¿Por qué impactado, Cami? ¿Qué pasó? Estoy viendo los avatares. Aquí tenemos al Capitán Coyore. Vamos a ver.
Maybe the best of all existences.
A lot of people were here last time.
I was raised by the whole
And
department of scientists.
Hello.
I always
Hello.
had somebody to go to. I always had somebody to talk to. And I always got
I like you, avatar.
discussions in
Me gusta tu avatar.
education.
Está bien bonito.
Thanks.
Self-esteem.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Ok, como vemos está llegando más gente y pues como ustedes lo están viendo y lo están volviendo lo están disfrutando desde mi punto de vista, güey, está súper chido, está súper genial, está súper hermoso, como no te imaginas, güey, o sea, es como que estás en un momento y es como, wow, güey, este museo te cuenta toda la historia. De hecho, la vez pasada yo le comenté a Furry Trash. Yo conozco a Furry Trash en persona. Lo conozco aquí en VRChat. Y le conté, le dije, ¿sabes qué, Alucard? Vamos a hacer, vente, vamos para acá. Y me dijo, no lo sé, déjame pensarlo porque estos días he estado ocupado. Pues Furry Trash ha estado ocupado, sí es cierto, está con sus streams. Sigue por ahí haciendo videos. Pero lo único que no he podido comunicarme es con Kaiser Wolf. Pero bueno, tampoco somos grandes creadores de contenido, se hace lo que se puede y pues prácticamente es eso. Y por ahí, Deiko, gracias por el saludo. De nada, Deiko, espero que te encuentres muy bien, Deikito. ¿Qué onda? Buenas noches. Acá me dice por todo, como nunca había visto un evento en sí del Furry Fano. Eso no es nada, no has visto ni el Furality. No lo has visto, el Furality es un evento muy grande, la verdad. No, en serio, de hecho muy pronto va a ser, así que vamos a streamearlo también para los que gusten verlo. Vamos a hacer el esfuerzo y pues les voy a traer un bonito contenido. Y pues aquí estamos en una bonita área del cuarto dentro del museo. Vemos muy bonitos dibujos, vaya, por ahí estamos viendo algunos dibujos, algunas fursuit. Josne, ¿cómo estás, agua? Saludos, señorita Femboy. ¿Cómo que sin Femboy? Yo no soy Femboy. Por ahí tenemos aquí un mural de los videojuegos que han salido. videojuegos furros. Aquí tenemos en primera plana, tenemos aquí al Ratchet and Clank, güey, concha tu madre. Está buenísimo. Por ahí tenemos a otro juego que se llama Genesis. Oh, genial, güey. Está súper padre, está súper hermoso. Aquí tenemos al Mario, güey. Ahí tenemos a Mario. No sé si lo alcanzan a ver o les hago un zoom, güey. Ahí está el Mario, güey. ¿Qué pasó, Wizen? Dime si eres oje. No soy fembo, ya te lo dije. Oigan, pero qué bonita obra de arte, güey. En serio, miren ese lion, ese león, güey. Mira, ufas, mira qué estilo, qué personalidad, qué sexy. Hola, ¿qué tal, Nix? Dice, ¿eres peruano? Sin ofender. No, Nix, no soy peruano, soy mexicano, güey. Güey, está bien bonito todo esto. Y por ahí, pues, si ustedes tienen oportunidad y le saben al inglés y todo eso, aún el mundo está en inglés, pero ya muy pronto lo van a traducir al español. Pero oye, está chido. Por ahí Wizen dice, la tercera vez que veo tu like. ¿Cómo así, Wizen? Chale, Wizen, es que te pierdes de muchas cosas, sinceramente. Por aquí tenemos más cosillas. Aquí, miren, les estoy mostrando una parte del museo. Está bien padre, bien hermoso. Ahí tenemos a mi pareja y nuestro amigo platicando en el fondo. Hey, Nick, gracias por seguirme. Bienvenido a Manera Donino. Por acá tenemos más cositas por acá. Aquí tenemos unos conejitos. Bueno, creo que es un zorrito, güey. Pero está precioso, güey. Mira esa obra de arte. ¿Por quién es? A ver, ¿quién es el artista? El artista se llama Mugi Client Digital. Estilo... ok. Dice, es un estilo contemporáneo. Toma la geometría y estilos organizado en los 50. Cartoon. En los 50 y los 90, güey. Qué chido. Mire, güey, ese vestido se mamó, güey. Qué bonita arte. Ay, ¿cómo así, dicen? ¿Por qué? Al pana del Antifurry. ¿Cómo estás, Hugo? ¿Qué onda? No, te equivocas, pana. Te equivocas, mija. Te equivocas. Eso es mentira. De hecho, pana Furry, estás en la etapa de la negación, güey. Por eso mismo. Por eso no sé qué es ser furry, pero güey, nadie te obliga a ser furro. Si tú quieres, puedes hacerlo, nadie te obliga, güey. Por aquí tenemos más imágenes, tenemos más arte, güey. Miren qué bonito. ¿Ustedes qué le ven forma? ¿Es un zorro? ¿Un kitsune? ¿O qué le miran ustedes? ¿Qué opinan que es? A ver, creo que por acá hay información sobre este arte. Se llama Ritual de Mañana. Toque de imagen, ok. La gran imagen, anora por Kik. Dice que es una kitsune. Es un kitsune, sí es un kitsune. Soy furro desde la secundaria, eso es todo, Vincent. Te mando un fuerte abracito, eso es todo. Así me gusta. Permítanme tantito, chicos, voy a activar una función por acá en mi computadora. Es un sistema de traducción para que yo me pueda comunicar con estas personitas. Dice Wizen, dice también un abrazo. Eso es todo, Wizen. Te mando un fuerte abrachito. Por ahí un momento más vamos a comenzar. Está un poco, pues, ¿cómo le diría yo? Sé que es un evento de ceremonia, es algo sentimental, pero güey, o sea, sí, también se le extraña bastante a Sylys, el fundador del Furry Fandom, la neta, güey. Pero también quería demostrarles un poquito de todo esto. Es muy interesante, créeme. Y una disculpa, si ustedes querían un stream triste, pues por el momento no, porque aún no comenzamos. Tengo que mostrarles un poquito de lo que estamos haciendo para que ustedes se informen, vaya. La especie más común del Furry Fandom. La especie más común del Furry Fandom son los zorros y los lobos, güey. No falta el típico furro que diga, oye, quiero que mi fursona sea un zorro, güey. Los zorros. Un lobo, güey. O los híbridos, güey. Un zorro lobo. Si no te decides, güey, un zorro lobo. Es muy interesante. Pero por eso les digo, sí, perdón si no muevo mi boca, es que me silencié porque hay mucha gente que está entrando por acá, está visitando. Por ahí tenemos un Nardo Dragon que está ahí viendo el arte, está visualizando acá, algo está viendo. No lo vemos muy bien porque prácticamente...
Hola, soy un Nardo Dragon argentino para avisar. Porque sé que me están viendo y te estás hablando, Dano, pero no te escucho.
Espera, espera, ¿hablas español? No mames.
Soy argentino.
¡Eres de Argentina! ¡Oh, genial, güey! No, pues mucho gusto. Estamos ahorita en stream aquí en mi canal y pues estamos súper emocionados por el evento que organizó Sótalo. Así que pues estamos acá viendo partecitas del museo, vaya.
Sí, tranqui. Yo estoy revisando porque no he revisado todo, he debido a un par de partes nomás.
¿Y cómo te sientes por este evento? ¿Te sientes nervioso? ¿Te sientes feliz? Dime, ¿cómo te sientes? Cuéntanos un poquito acerca de...
Podría decir que estoy emocionalmente sentimental en estos precisos momentos por un par de temas fuera de VRChat, pero he decidido asistir. Ya no tengo mucho que hacer después de
Vaya,
todo.
eres muy fuerte, en serio. Y te felicito. Hola, ¿qué tal, Liz? ¿Cómo estás, Agua? Acá me dice, se alegra, yo soy gay, yo soy común. Eso es todo acá. Sí, una pregunta. Aquí el chat, aquí en mi stream, están haciendo una pregunta. Y me están diciendo que te la haga a ti. Dime, ¿qué especie es más común dentro del furry fandom? ¿Puedes nombrar una?
Pues bueno, yo para empezar he visto Dragons en el Furry Spanish, un par de Rexos por otras partes, pero la verdad no sé qué puedo decir. Hay de todo un poco, el gusto de la gente depende entre sí qué quieren ser. Si quieren ser Winterpal, los caninos, que es el Nardo, Rexoion, Stadium, está entre ellos. No hay nadie que les diga que no. Depende acorde a uno como quiera.
Sí. Entiendo, pero en general, ¿tú cuál piensas en general en IRL? También, ¿qué piensas acerca de...? Hola.
Bueno, honestamente no he visto muchas fursonas. Algunas me han gustado, creo que la que más me ha gustado fue la de Telephone, pero después no vi otra más hace tiempo.
Ah, los ángeles del dragón, ¿no? El Ángel Dragon.
Sí, ese mismo.
Ah, ya. Y pues sinceramente pues te digo es lo que te están preguntando aquí en el chat.
No, está tranqui.
Por cierto, me gustó mucho tu nardo, está bien bonito.
Sí, tengo un par de versiones.
Hola, Gray, ¿cómo
uno
estás,
que es mi
Hugo?
armario caminante, porque Poste tiene una banda de ropa y no lo optimizó. Y tengo el 3.0, que la gente siempre me toca la cara.
Espera, ¿te acabas de censurar?
¿Yo? ¿No?
¿Sí?
¿Vino de tu stream?
Escuché un pip. ¿Cómo si te censuraras? ¿Sí?
No, te juro que no.
Raro. Sí escuché, ¿verdad, chat? ¿Escuché cómo se censuró? Está chido su avatar, ¿verdad? No dicen nada en el chat de plano. Sí, está bien bonito su nardo, güey. Está bonito. ¿Soltero o casado? Soltero o casado, pregunten.
Soltero.
Ahí está. Ahí está. Ahora solterona, llévenselo rápido. No se peleen, despacio. ¡Ay, no! Ay, ¿cómo me ven, chicos? Le tiene miedo al ¿cómo se dice? Le tiene miedo a la... Ay, güey, se me olvidó, güey. Tamale de pollo, la dislexia. Le tiene miedo al éxito, carnal. Exactamente. Se fue volando. Sí, güey, explotó. Boom. Y se fue. Oye, pero sí está bien interesante esto. ¡Ay, mira! Esa cosa viene... ¿Qué pedo, güey? ¿Qué eres una pinche araña o qué, güey? ¿Qué onda?
Está perfecto, la guardia baja.
Ay, no se pase de lanza. Es que yo sí tengo Phantom Touch, carnal.
A ver que tú hecho chat lo haya pillado a le haya hecho clip. A ver, todo bien funny. Claro, te han estado viendo la cara, vio cómo ha reaccionado, pero no me pudieron ver a mí corretear.
No te vieron a ti, exactamente, pero sí me has visto un buen susto. Gray dice se lo llevó la NASA y lo trajeron como nuevo. ¿Tú crees? No le... Pero yo... A ver... Oye... Rick, oye, sí es cierto, hasta rechina de limpio, güey. ¿Qué te hicieron? ¿Qué te hicieron?
Como pueden ver, chicos, estamos aquí en
¿Ah, yo? ¿Qué?
Sí, ¿qué te hicieron? Rechinas como de limpio.
antes de todo lo que nos
¿La ropa? ¿O qué te referís?
Usted rechina como limpio. Se mira muy bien.
Sí, este es el Nord 3.0. Voy avisando de antemano.
Es la nueva versión, ¿no? Del nardo.
Sí, la nueva versión de los nardos.
Interesante. Ay, güey, me está dando un poco de lag el VRCT. A ver. Dice por ahí, Liz, ¿de qué me perdí? De nada, güey, de nada te has perdido. De nada. Hola, Draco, ¿cómo estás? Buenas noches. Dano, no podría asistir al tour porque ni mi quest ni mi PC soportan el mundo. No te preocupes, Draco, es entendible. No te preocupes. Igual por acá voy a estar streameando y conociendo gente. Aquí tenemos un amigo argentino. ¿Cómo que te llamas, carnal? Nitsuga. Oye, ¿ese es un nombre japonés o chino?
De hecho es mi nombre real, solamente que está dado vuelta. No me
oye, qué buen easter egg. Gray dice, ¿desde hace cuánto empezaste el live? Hace 37 minutos. Y ya falta poquito, como 20 minutos que ya vamos a comenzar el stream, el tour virtual. Así que vayan preparándose y vayan trayendo el cargador de su teléfono y no olviden de conectarlo. Exactamente. Y bueno, ya no le quito más su tiempo, joven. Voy a seguir dando mi vuelta. Voy a seguir viendo qué más hay, ¿va? Cuídense mucho. ¿Algo que le quiere decir a la gente aquí en el stream?
Antes que nada, tengo algo para vos. Y para tu gente.
A ver, ¿qué es?
¿Mi mano? ¿O me debes a la botana entero, cierto?
Sí.
Para. Tizo, vení.
¡Ay! ¡Un peluche! ¡Un peluche tuyo! A ver. ¿Lo puedo agarrar?
No, está herido mi mano, desafortunadamente.
Miren el peluchito. Güey, yo lo quiero. Yo quiero uno de estos. Güey, está bien adorable. Miren, es un mini nardo, güey. Está bien precioso. Yo lo quiero, güey. Yo lo quiero, güey. Me gustó. Nos presume aquí su juguetito, Dice Wiese, mi teléfono. Wiese dice, mi teléfono aún tiene pila para el rato, jeje. Eso está, Wiese, pero igual no se te vaya a descargar. Yo quiero el peluche, dice Wiese. Ya te quieren quitar el peluche, ¿cómo la ves? ya Micha, ya se pelean. No se peleen, no se agarren del cabello. Hay para todas, ¿verdad? Y para todos.
Pórtese bien. Ahora motosierra, señores.
No, espérame, no, tampoco tanta violencia.
Ahora motosierra. Y voy a poner el peluche enfrente. Voy avisando de antemano, así que se comporten. Ahora hay un problema y no quiero tener problemas con el streamer ni con todos.
Hola, Davey, buenas noches.
Eso que quiero ir.
Y bueno, pues nos pasamos a dar una vueltecita por ahí. Te dejo. Cuídate mucho y suerte con lo del tour. Espero que lo disfrutes mucho, carnal.
Estaré existiendo por ahí, quién sabe dónde.
Bueno, ahora pues te dejo. Cuídate. Bueno, chicos, por lo que vemos estamos conociendo a mucha gente. Ay, güey, pasó un... Se fue como una cucaracha, güey. Ya me dio miedo, la verdad. Oye, pero está interesante todo este museo.
No, estoy hablando del cigarro que está fumando.
Por ahí tenemos a Hachidogo jugando ese jueguito del dinosaurio.
Sí. No ha crecido. He still plays the Game Boy, the black and white one. No, él estaba hablando del cigarro.
Y bueno, chicos, vamos a dar una vueltecita aquí afuera. Vamos a ver qué tal está el ambiente, qué más gente está llegando. Vaya, estamos viendo nuevas caritas por ahí. Estamos viendo otros forros que están llegando. Nardo Dragon. A ver, chicos, hay que contar cuántos Nardo Dragon vemos. Aquí vemos uno. Ese es un Nardo Dragon. No es un Nardo. No es un Nardo. No es un Nardo. No es el Nardo Dragon. Es un dragoncito bien hermoso. ¡Qué bonito! I like your avatar, arbitrar. Me gusta tu avatar. Ok, mi inglés no es muy bueno.
Yeah, it's just one I got from the Avatar station. I think I don't know what the room's called, but yeah, it's a nice one. Thank you, and yours is nice too.
Muy guapo.
Yes, muy guapo, muy guapo, muy bonito.
Muy guapo.
Muy bonito. Ah, se desapareció. A ver, chicos, permítanme un momento. Voy a activar algo por acá.
Hey Gator, how you doing? I'm doing good.
Chocolatico. You're the avatar. Didn't one of your avatars tiene un chocolate en boca?
Ajá.
¿Tenía un chocolate?
Ay, no, chocolate. No tengo chocolate.
Ay, perdón.
No te preocupes. Don't worry. A ver, chat.
Pero tú eres un caramelo. Un candy corn.
Ah, thank you. Yes, un caramelo de fresa. Sí.
¿De fresa?
Fresa,
ay,
sí, fresa. No. Por ahí dice, me cargué del mojón, ¿sabes?
Ay,
¿Cómo así, Manny? Dice, ¿es obligatorio usar las gafas de todo? No, puedes entrar con el PC.
No
rápido,
sabía.
corre. Gracias. Ahorita mismo estoy yo en stream. Ahorita mismo estoy en stream. En mi channel, en TikTok. En mi canal de TikTok. ¿Cómo así?
Ah, sí.
Hola, ¿qué tal, jugadora 222? ¿Cómo estás, Agua? ¿Por qué advertencia? ¿Por qué voy a tener que cerrar el live en 5 minutos? ¿Qué pedo? No voy a cerrar nada, buena. Liz, no manches. Ay, tamales de pollo. Oye, sí está bien bonito el evento el día de hoy. Y pues estamos súper emocionados, súper felices. Ahí estamos viendo gente que está llegando. Vamos a echar una vueltecita. Ahorita vamos a activar la camarita. Sí, ya lo sé que es mentira. No se preocupen, chicos. Por ahí vamos a visitar a más personas. Vamos a dar vueltecitas por acá. Aquí vemos todavía personas que están llegando, personas que se están uniendo. Creo que algunos ya se pusieron incómodos porque como hablo español. Aquí vemos a Sotro.
I haven't even gotten my power supply. I haven't even gotten
Por ahí
my tax
están
return
hablando.
yet. I filed that like 4-ish weeks ago and I still haven't heard
Están hablando de
anything.
algunas cosillas por ahí. Y pues realmente estoy muy feliz. Dice, Dano, ¿crees que Nitsuga podrá salir conmigo? No lo sabía decirte, pero posiblemente que sí. Y aquí tenemos a nuestro queridísimo amigo Mayu, el Mad Mittens, mi pareja.
¿Se nos murió Hachi o qué?
Yo creo que sí. Sí, se murió Hachi, no manches. Se murió Hachi.
He has a 4060.
¡Hachi! Oh no, se murió Hachi Dogo. Dice, inviten al fantasma de mi casa. Pues le invitamos, pues invítalo, carnal.
He has a 4080.
¿Quién se murió?
Un amigo se murió.
Pensé que era yo.
Por ahí estamos tratando de configurar un poquito los gráficos para que no se nos muera el equipo de cómputo. Por ahí estamos viendo más personas que están llegando. Por ahí tenemos a Better Kate. Ahí está. Hi, buddy.
Another phase of the genetic
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Me gusta tu avatar.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 1 year anniversary, the 1 year memorial of Mark Sylys Sable Merlino. We are about 15 minutes from the event start. And it looks like we have quite a few slots open. I'm only seeing 28 users in this instance, so you can feel free to invite your friends. Again, I would like to prioritize if people want to get in, if they message me, I would like to, or if they message any of you to get in, please make some room for them. But otherwise, we only have 28 people in the instance. We can hold up to 80. And it looks like we will be pretty well to have a few more people in the instance. So once again, this is the 1 year memorial for Mark Sylys Sable Merlino. There's some information on the plaque when you spawn in. I am asking some people from the adventure team, some people from the anime fandom to join us.
Dice que van a iniciar en 10
once we
minutos,
get close to around 60-70 people, we might want to wean off on inviting more people. So yes, we will start.
Un poco sobre
Mark Merlino. It's 9:47 now. We'll start in about 13 minutes. So yes, thank you so much for being here.
Y pues ahorita mismo acabo de escuchar de que pues están hablando un poco, recordando sobre el evento, recordando a Mark Merlino, Sylys, y pues dice que en 10 minutos ya comienza el evento, así que vayan poniéndose cómodo y a ver qué pasa. Por ahí aquellas personas que no entiendan mucho el inglés, voy a tratar de traducirles, voy a tratar de decirles lo que más o menos está diciendo, porque tampoco lo entiendo. Y mi traductora ya anda, el que me iba a ayudar, quién sabe qué onda. ¿Y qué va a pasar? Pues prácticamente van a honrar la memoria de Sylys en este museo virtual hecho a su honor, en su honor. Y pues para los que no sabían, por ahí también contacté también a algunos creadores de contenido mexicanos. Y pues creo que no les interesa el tema, pero está bien, entiendo que tengan cosas que hacer. Aunque me siento muy triste la verdad por todo esto, porque busqué personas que quisieran apoyarme, que vieran el contenido, que quisieran por lo menos venir a streamear acá, pero afortunadamente nadie quiere y no les interesa el tema. Digo, está bien, tienes tus cosas. Yo no lo hago para hacerme más famoso, es para adentrar más a la gente del furry fandom, para que conozcan sus raíces. De hecho, les apuesto que ni siquiera el 100% saben sus raíces, de dónde vienen. Nomás saben que son un furro y nomás ha ido más. Y ya. No, güey, ser un furro trae más cosas bonitas, más pasión. No es solo crear videos. Oye, ¿sabías que? O hola, cachorros y cachorritos, o algo así, güey. O sea, digo, yo, en mi opinión, no entiendo por qué la gente no toma en cuenta esos datos, vaya. Pues te apuesto, ni sabes de dónde viene el furry fandom. O sea, güey, ni pedo. Nomás te quedas con la información que te da Ash Coyote y todo eso. Y bueno, chicos, creo que ya vamos a comenzar y creo que ya están. Y creo que ya están entrando.
¿Ya estás listo?
Ay, la verdad me siento nervioso.
¿Vamos aquí en este multistream?
Sí.
Bueno, pues como parte de los pues como parte de los medios de comunicación, pues tenemos que hacerlo, no nos queda de otra.
Sí, exactamente. Estoy un poco preocupado, ¿sabes?
Lo malo es que... ¿Por qué?
Liz dice, pues siéntete orgulloso porque yo te estoy viendo desde España. Hey, muchas gracias, Liz, te mandaba un saludito de España. Y por aquí estoy con mi amigo Hachido, que también está en stream, también está en TikTok, en esa plataforma. Y prácticamente aquí estamos capturando todo este momento. Hey Diana, y gracias por seguirme.
Exacto.
Ahí dice Dana, ahorita vengo a Bagra y con cuidado. Y pues les digo, chicos,
fíjate que ahorita, oye, sí, de verdad necesito configurar el modem, porque sí, se me está colapsando el modem pequeñito.
Déjate,
se me colapsó 2 veces.
Te digo, va.
Sí. Ah, ok.
Pero mira, si se te cae el modem, amárralo para que no se caiga. ¿Tú qué piensas?
Ay, ese chiste ya me lo sé, güey. Pues sí,
igual como los
que, pues, bueno, se me sigue con... Ay, no manches, no me eches la culpa a mis propios chistes, güey. Ay, ¿dónde voy?
Dice, ya viste que dice Diana, se mamó otra vez, dice, saludos, soy nueva, aquí van a comenzar los eventos.
Ahora sí, ¿qué me dijiste, amor? ¿Qué me dijiste? ¿Querías saber lo que dijo Sotro?
Vamos a hacer la ceremonia para conmemorar el fallecimiento de Slasmith.
Sí. En 15 minutos iba a comenzar. Que pueden invitar, que tiene 28, dijo. Sí, casi 28 personas. Va a invitar personas special guests. Y ya si sobra algo, pueden invitar más gente.
Ok.
Es lo que dijo. Oye, Dan, ¿no qué puede hacer el TikTok?
¿Vale?
Me dicen en mi chat, cállese señora Femboy. Me dicen en mi chat.
Yo no soy Femboy. Yo no soy Femboy, mija. Ya quisieras.
Oye, una pregunta, ¿cómo puedo hacer, cómo puedo hacer que Tito Live Studio me haga caso? Se me quedó trabado, no me responde. No puedo hacer nada.
Pues vas a tener que ir en tu computadora con el mouse y vas a tener que darle finalizar tarea. No pasa nada, no se cierra tu stream queda como en espera de 4 minutos. De ahí
deme un segundo.
Y lo vuelves a abrir y listo.
Deme un segundo, chicos.
Mientras tú haces eso, yo voy
ahí te volvemos.
Sí. Y bueno, como vemos por ahí, Hachidogo se está listando con su stream, anda configurando. Vaya, qué problema, en serio. Les juro que yo también ando con un poco de problema aquí con el lag. Pero se hace lo que se puede, carnal. Y pues si ustedes no sabían, van a llegar furros. Bueno, supuestamente, a mí me dijeron eso. Bueno, no supuestamente, se supone que van a venir furro famoso, va a venir Makiro Stanberry, va a venir el Flock, va a venir pues otras personitas. Creo que también habían dicho que Paco Panda, no sé si Paco Panda va a estar acá, pero si llega a estar, güey, qué chido. Si llega a estar Paco Panda, güey, qué chido si llega a estar, no mames. O sea, pues como medios sociales que somos nosotras o nosotros, como sea, güey, el refrigerador de tu casa, carnal. Pero pues ¿qué pasó, Diana? ¿Por qué te enojas, güey? Y pues bueno, les sigo diciendo, chicos, pues que en un momento más comenzamos. Por ahí voy a poner un video de introducción del museo, así que prepárense.
Okay, hello everyone. We are 5 minutes away from beginning the event, and I noticed some people are crashing. So if you are crashing, go ahead and hold up your menu to settings, and under avatars, you can call. You can show only 15 avatars. You can show the avatar closest to you. You can also block 34 avatars. For the sake of the event, if you do have 4 avatars, and if have a better performing version of that avatar, please use the better performing version so that we don't cause people to crash out.
Hola Gray, bienvenido de regreso.
If I crash out, the microphone might not work anymore.
Chicos,
so I definitely don't want
están
that
hablando,
to happen.
vamos a escuchar las indicaciones para que podamos comenzar.
Yes, so the event will begin in 4 minutes. We're going to come together and honor Silas.
Ok, pues nos acaban de decir que en 5 minutos van a comenzar, ¿no? ¿5 minutos?
Sí, en 5 minutos va a comenzar. Que todas las personas que tengan un modelo demasiado cargado, que se lo quiten o se lo cambien, porque crashean mucho el mundo. Hay gente con muchos avatares. A mí me crashea. Eso que tengo una buena gráfica. Hay gente que tiene muchos avatares muy pesados, que se los cambien o se los quiten o reduzcan o bloqueen ese avatar muy cargado, porque crashean. Hay muchas personas que se ha crasheado. Muchos a las personas que ellos que tengan un avatar muy cargado, que se lo cambien o que lo bloqueen. Yo lo que voy a hacer ahorita es reducir el número de avatares que estoy viendo, porque sí, está muy lagueado, lagueado el mapa.
Yo también
estoy
haciendo eso.
Voy a reducir el...
Yo lo voy a reduzco a 8. Listo.
Yo voy a reducir a 6 y ocultar avatares lejanos. Listo. Sí, ya va un poquito mejor. Ya.
Sí, ya mejoró también para mí. Se están poniendo avatars muy cargados, la verdad. Bueno,
sí, amorcito, ven. Amorcito, cámbiate de avatar.
Este tipo, mamá,
está muy cargado el que traes. Cámbiatelo.
El chat dice, el avatar que está atrás de nosotros dice por ahí, Okami, el güey de atrás tipo, mamá, soy famoso. Güey, what?
Cámbiate de avatar, amor, por fin. Cámbiatelo. Está muy cargado.
Sí.
Cámbiatelo, en serio. Está muy cargado. Ponte uno que no esté tan cargado, por fin.
Y pues, hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, perrito? Hola, perrito, ¿cómo te va? Dice Vinson, el de atrás viéndolos. Sí, nos anda. Él es la personita que está entre nosotros. Es la pareja de Hachidogo. Es mi comadre.
Ay, mamá, ya andaba intoxicando. ¿Por qué? ¿Cómo que intoxica? Sí, ese está mejor. Ya va mejor, amor, ya. Tú también quédate con ese. Es que sí, es que el avatar, aunque diga que no pesa mucho, lo que pasa es que está muy cargado por la textura. Así va mejor.
Sí, yo voy a tener que reducir el ancho de descarga, créeme. Está algo... O sea, es que es como
sí,
tal...
Sí, es que ya Sota lo informó que hay gente que se cambia el avatar, no lo ha cambiado, sigue estando muy lagueado el mundo.
Muchas gracias, perrito, te mando un fuerte abracito. Rar, gracias por el apoyo, perrito. Gracias.
Un momento en lo que Sota le empieza. Pues... sí, claro, Ricolino Dance. ¿Qué fue que te dijo que cállese, vieja fanboy?
Ella me dijo. Dígale que ella es fanboy, yo no soy fanboy. ¿O que sientes envidia porque lo sea? ¿Verdad? Lo que no puedes, no puedes. No seas envidiosa.
Exacto.
Y pues, chicos,
aquí está mi amochito como el que me carga como de aquí. Él es mi camarógrafo. Amochito, que te cargo la cámara por fin.
Por ahí, chicos, les sigo avisando que la música de fondo se va a quitar cuando comience el evento. No vamos a tener musiquita de fondo, porque lo que pasa es que como es un evento que ¿cómo se dice, Hachi? ¿Cómo se dice? ¿Cuál es la palabra correcta?
Un evento, es una ceremonia. Es una ceremonia, no necesitamos música.
Hola, comadre Jara,
una ceremonia un memorial, se le podemos decir, es un memorial.
Ya no la exhibiste, ¿cómo así, güey? Tu suyo dice, Oli, Dano, tu suyo, Oli, ¿cómo estás, güey?
A ver, nada más déjame ver cuánto me queda de batería. Uy, me quedando sin batería.
Conéctate.
A conectarme.
Enchúfatela.
Sí, voy.
Y mientras Hachi Dogo se la enchufa, se enchufa el cargador del quest, vamos a ver la gente que está.
And he also knows the people, the people with big wallets, so they can come over and spend a couple of nights at the place.
Attention, everyone! It is 1 minute past 10. Please join me upstairs. We will begin join me in the lobby, and we'll begin the presentation. For anyone who's having issues with the performance, you can turn mirror to video. The leftmost option is going to disable all mirrors.
Hay que prepararnos. Voy a apagar la música de fondo, chicos. Lo siento mucho, pero la música se apaga ahora mismo.
Please join us in the lobby. Please respawn. Join us in the lobby.
Dice, yo ver furritos soy feliz. Ah, qué lindo.
Como pueden ver, vamos a
comenzar. Do we have everyone here?
Vamos a comenzar en un rato, chicos. Cuando empiece el memorial. Aquí en el lobby.
All right, we'll wait for people to get situated in a moment. Oh boy.
Voy a poner aquí. ¿Qué es un truco, Dan? Mira, como somos medios de comunicación, podemos estar cerca de él.
Nomás recuerda que no estaba hablando cuando él está hablando.
Sounds so good.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
This is the intercom. Everyone should be able to hear me through the intercom. Please respawn. The event is beginning now.
I did not think my hearing would be this good. This is really, really nice.
Okay, good.
Putting on my controllers. Just want to make sure, if my hands fly off. You won't see. All right. Thank you all so much for being here for the 1-year memorial for Mark Sylys Sable Merlino. It really means a lot to me that you're here, and it means a lot that we're taking a little bit of our time to pay our respects and honor and tribute to one of our fandom's founding fathers. But this isn't just a museum event, a museum stunt. This is Sylys was my friend. He was my best friend. I was his best friend for the last year of his life. He would pop into VR chat and then join me. The way we met was actually through this museum. There was a furry by the name of Lima Bean, who ironically enough has also passed away and is no longer with us, who said, "Oh, the world is fantastic. Let me, let me show it to one of my friends, Changa." And he actually is very related to furry history, and it was supposed to be just, art. It wasn't supposed to be anything beyond contemporary art. And then Changa came in here, and he was hoping to see a little bit more older furry art, but then he connected me to Sylys, and then Sylys came in here and he loved the museum. He absolutely loved this place. And I think he had a knack for recognizing just if someone made something incredible in the fandom, if someone made something for the fandom, he absolutely had to be there. I heard him say a quote one time, like, of course, the people who make these things, they must be amazing furries to have dedicated their time, not even for their favorite. I'm kind of adding on top of this a little bit myself as well, but not for their favorite, shows or properties, but for the fandom. And we connected very well over our love of the furry fandom, and a lot of our conversations were related to why does furry exist? Like, why are we all here? What is it about furry that brings us all together? And we had many, many theories about that. It was honestly the kind of conversation that would go on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Discord pages, in text and in calls. And we've had, kind of funny, I shared some of that information with my friend, I think it was actually a Panda Paco, and I had accidentally snipped a point where we started a call, and the call lasted for 15 hours. And then he started commenting to me like, "What? Like you had a call for 15 hours?" And it's like, "Oh, yeah, it seems like we did." We really enjoyed each other's company a lot. And he loved this place, and there's some history too with Silas in the museum. But he would also join our movie nights, and Crypt was there in our movie nights. Crypt, by the way, also attended the parties. Au revoir. He attended the Skill Tear parties, and met Silas in person. And Silas was actually a huge reason. It was a huge moment for him to be accepted by Silas, and then actually come back into the fandom. So really happy to, like, Crypt's story is on the scroll downstairs in the memorial. It's very wonderful to have him here. And we also have some other storytellers here tonight. Timid Grizzly, who actually worked with Silas in yes, actually worked with Silas in telecommunications. Most of their interactions were just professional, but nevertheless, it's very wonderful to have you here to be able to share your views of Silas and your experiences. And I think we had a couple other people as well. Althalos. Althalos also has a story on the scroll. I can't remember. Can you just briefly? Sorry, Lilith is actually saying something. Yeah, I really wish I was able to be here last year. I spent a lot of time with Silas talking about the old days with Nook. Yeah, Silas was in here very regularly in VR chat teaching so many people about the history of the fandom. This was in the VFE hotel lobby. That was the spend hours talking about the old animation industry. It was incredible. I learned so much. Well, I'm really glad that Silas meant that much to you, and the history was something that you enjoyed. So the presentation today is going to be a little bit different than the usual history presentations I give. And I only gave this kind of presentation once before. And that was the day that he passed away. It's going to talk a little bit about Silas's own history and his own biography, and the things that he personally did and contributed to the fandom and the person that he was. When I talk about furry history, I don't want to just lean it all so much on one person. And it also doesn't make sense to cover the entire biography of just one individual. But for this day, for this event, we will. And there are certain things that I feel might not be appropriate to say in just any other random day, but it definitely should be said here. 1 week before Silas passed, I asked him for his memorial, is there anything that's off limits? And he said no. No, nothing's off limits. And there were certain things that he said on his deathbed that I feel was something that he really wanted to leave the world. And it was very important for me to be able to share that and make sure that his message got out and it didn't just stay with me alone. So some of that information will be here as well. I didn't practice this, but I knew Silas pretty well, and I already gave this kind of presentation before. I gave the history presentation in the museum many times before, and we'll go ahead and get started. So go ahead and follow me up the stairs, and I will meet you in front of the History of the Furry Fandom exhibit. Thank you.
Hey Tim, look behind you. There's another cloud. One. Got a cake.
What's up, Inari? It's been a...
Okay. Bueno chicos, como pudieron ver, Sótano nos dio una introducción de lo que es el museo.
Yeah, it's been like a full year and a half. How you been?
Yeah, I've been alright. How are you, Fred?
Y como pueden ver, de lo poco que llegué a entenderle, es que mira, Slashlys hizo un gran cambio en el furry fandom y todos tuvieron una oportunidad de conocerlo, y cuando él entró por primera vez al museo le encantó, como él dijo, Sótalo. Y pues la historia va a contar todo lo que es la historia. Nosotros ya yo la conté un poco, pero él va a contar como él la vio. Él es el que más conoce más la historia de Slashlys, como su mejor amigo, aquellos que lo conocieron, aquellas personas que estuvieron a su lado, aquellos que lo vieron en momentos tan difíciles, momentos antes de su fallecimiento. Todos han estado con ellos. Sí, hagan silencio.
Te escucho hasta arriba.
Bueno, vamos a continuar este recorrido por aquellas personitas que se están uniendo. Sean todos y todas bienvenidos.
Creo que vamos a cambiar de... Vamos un poco más lejos, Dano, para no molestar.
De todas maneras, bueno, Hachidogo va por allá, va a platicar con sus seguidores. Pues obviamente aquí Sótalo nos está contando un poco sobre el tour que va a dar, sobre el evento, sobre lo que Silas hizo, contando un poquito acerca de todo ello, compartiéndonos a detalle.
Silas said there are two good places to learn about the history of the fandom. The first one is Ash Coyote's documentary, The Fandom, which we worked together with Ash on, and the other is this museum. So, but you're not going to be getting that exactly. If we really want to try and understand the kind of person Silas was, I think we need to go back to what started it all. Bambi. Silas was a lot like us. He was very curious, very spontaneous. He was always running around, couldn't stay still for too long in any one place. And it seemed like he wasn't the kind of person who would ever like watching movies or anime or any of it. But then he saw Bambi in theaters, and he was transfixed. Silas absolutely loved the anthro animals there, and if you've never watched Bambi, I highly recommend seeing it. It is a phenomenal Disney movie. It is Walt Disney's personal favorite. And it was one of Silas's favorites too. Watching that movie changed his life. Since then, he had tried to find other people who were also interested in anthro animals and tried to bring those people together. He kept trying to find groups, but no such group existed. He did manage eventually to find science fiction conventions where there were some people in the art show drawing anthro art, furry art, but everyone was scattered in different places. And while it was clear that there was something here, there was an adult fascination and fandom for the art. Well, there were fans. The fandom itself didn't come into place yet. The very oldest piece on this table right here is actually a letter between him and Wendell Washer. I thought the flowers would be nice, but it's actually covering the pieces, so maybe we'll put that over there.
Are the flowers local only?
The flowers... Can you not see flowers here?
I can.
No. Nope.
I put them over on the table.
Oh, wow.
No.
Okay.
I don't see
that's-
flowers. But I don't see. I see the candles, but I did not see the flowers when they were being moved.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the flowers...
I see a bunch of good-looking people.
I don't see any flowers or candles.
Flowers.
I don't see candles or flowers.
There you go, there's flowers.
Thank you for flowers. All right.
I can offer this emote as a little pedestal if you'd like.
No, that's all right. We do have some pedestals. We do have some high stools if anyone needs it. But yeah, shorter avatars up front, taller in the back. You all should be able to see. I'm going to read this letter in full. This is a letter from Wendell to Mark. Dated September 30th, 1975. He said, "Dear Mark."
Crazy Joe directly and Saros. I could bring them both if you want. I could tell them right now if this was going on. I could call them up right now and tell them to get on. I would love to bring them, our elders.
What?
This will be actually be very nice to them, since they were very
Who would
close
you like
with
to
them.
bring?
You know, Crazy Joe and Saros Eclipse. Saros Eclipse was the one who created almost 50 years ago the framework of VR, and Crazy Joe was the one who helped Sylys Sable directly with the first FurCon by doing all the suits and everything. This will actually be wonderful. I could bring them.
I can invite
call them
Saros.
actually.
I can invite Saros. You can invite Crazy Joe.
That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Hey, I gotta go, buddy.
Awesome. What about your dreamers, right? Like, just trying to create your vision.
Unfortunately, I can't find.
I'll let him know.
Yeah, I have too many people on my list. If you can invite them, that'll be great. But yeah, anyone who needs to leave, you can feel free to leave. But anyways, here's the letter. Dear Mark, enclosed are Xerox copies of the articles by Phil Babbitt on violence and animated cartoons, as they appeared in the latest 2 issues of the Cartoonist Union news sheet, The Pegboard. We talked about violence in animation and the effect the parents groups are having. I pretty much agree with what Phil says in his articles. Thanks a lot for showing me the cell you did of Jacob Rabbit. It's beautiful, and I'm glad to know that somebody likes that cartooning style besides myself. Hope you weren't upset by my housewife last Sunday. I like to stay guffy and loaf around the house every so often. I'm interested in meeting that guy.
Damn it, Dalton just got off. I would have brought him.
He
just got off.
Sometime.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
Maybe sometime we could get together. Your friend, Wendell. So, what's really interesting to me is in 1975, the things that these guys are talking about is not very unlike conversation that we would have within furry today.
Both Brimstone and Dalton just got off.
Yeah, please try to keep conversation to a minimum while the presentation's happening. Thank you. So he made friends with Wendell, seeing him as a storyboard artist for Warner Brothers, and that's really what Sylys did. He would look at who was involved in the creation of the things that he loved, and then he'd look through the phone book and try to get their phone numbers. This was at a certain time when that information was very easy and publicly available. And oh my gosh.
And there's Rodney.
Changa, Rod, thank you so much for joining us. We are upstairs in the History of the Fandom display. Please feel free to come up here and join us.
This is an honor for us all when they come up.
He would contact those people who were responsible for making the animation shows that he loved, and some of those people ended up becoming very good friends. Oh, hi, Changa. And
Hey, Changa. Everyone is still loading. It's all
Hello.
For those of you,
I
how
feel
are you
better.
guys doing?
Hey, Ron, nice to see you again.
But everything is still loading, so
Oh, hey, what's up,
Oh.
Changa?
Happy to be.
God dang, it's hailing outside.
1 year anniversary.
Sorry.
What's up, Changa?
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah. Things are.
Oh, you're still loading.
Well, everything is still loading.
Ow. Hold on. Where's my
No. For those of you who have no idea who just joined, Rodney is... ¿Should I even be saying
Chicos,
anything, or can I...
esa persona que
No,
ustedes
let me
miran ahí,
introduce you.
él es la pareja
Rodney has
de
been Silas's
Silas.
partner of over 42 years.
Es la pareja del papá de los furros.
The both of them met
Es también su
together
otro
at
papá,
LostCon
chicos.
in 1980, and over their love of mustelids, and then together formed a lifelong partnership and relationship that... I'm sorry, it's hitting me now. it's hitting me now.
Do you want... Take your time.
And then
I was gonna say, rip.
these guys are responsible for creating the furry conventions that we all love. They were responsible for getting people to attend the first one, had carried it through, co-directing it for 11 years. Even after co-directing those two conventions, they had done so much, and even before then, done so much in order to bring this fandom into being. It is an absolute honor to have Rod here with us. And then Changa Husky, Silas's partner of, I want to say 28 years.
Yeah, so roughly was heading towards. Didn't quite make it to 30.
All of the documents you see here on this table have been scanned in by Changa Husky, and they're all available on the conference archive. You can actually search up conference, just the conference archive, and you will find all of these documents listed there, along with so many different letters and paraphernalia delegated to the furry fandom for all those years. And these two both own the Prancing Skilltear household, which has become a mecca for furries all over the world, located in Los Angeles and California. I myself had the honor of being present there for Silas's memorial, his remembrance ceremony last year. When you walk in that place, it hits you. It hits you like nothing else. You think you're walking into just an ordinary house, and then you're seeing just wall to wall furry art, furry comics, furry books, furry movies, posters, animation cells, what have you. His speakers. And all of the above. It's...
And a Studebaker out front.
and so much more, but very important to Studebaker, yes.
For me, I'm very grateful that Dalton and a Brimstone actually did me the favor, and they're the reason. I was the reason why they did the memorial at the very end for Ferality. I'm very happy that they were able to do that. That's why it's really. I'm very happy that they're actually here, and I'm very grateful for that as well, and what you guys are doing.
Thank you all for attending. So to continue, so feel free at any moment to come in and say anything you want, because I'm doing the history portion right now. So Silas became friends with Wendell Washer, and it seems very apparent that they were watching sharing some of their favorite shows together. And Silas became friends not just with Wendell, but with so many others. One of his friends from high school, Steve Martin, actually drew this right here.
Oh,
yeah,
that is amazing.
And a lot of the older guys in furry really like the pinup stuff, and Martin's no stranger to that.
Of course, please no, not the comedian.
Thing in fandom called good girl art. That's what it was.
Good girl art.
So Vargas,
It's amazing the details.
Vargas, and Boris Vallejo, and all of those people.
Oh, I recognize
that was a shtick. So, what's that?
Never mind. That's you'll get to him.
Yeah.
That comes later.
So.
Although,
I guess
one little note about Wendell Washer that's kind of cute. If people know the TV show Fraggle Rock, Jim Henson. Well, they had an animated Fraggle Rock, and in I believe episode 2, one of the background Fraggles walks in at the end of a scene catching a worm and puts it in a sack, and that Fraggle is Mark. Wendell Washer turned him into a Fraggle. We have the model sheet.
Aww.
Neat.
Was
Fraggle
Rock
cute.
the one? Was Fraggle Rock the one with the music?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Music was a big part of the music.
Okay,
Anyway,
yeah, it is that one. Okay, I just had trouble remembering it.
Continue.
So yeah, being friends with Silas was originally friends, and living in California, I think, truly helped. Was friends with the people who actually made those animations we all love, and those shows we all love, and the things that we grew up on. Well, I guess some of you might be a little bit too young to remember that, but yeah.
I know of it. Does that count?
Sorry, I'm not. Am I calling out anyone here?
And I learned about it.
No, let me add to that, because I don't know if people are aware, but
you can actually use the mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you hit the hot button, it'll turn red. There you go.
So, June Foray, the voice of Rocky the Squirrel and Hazel the Witch and so many other characters out there. Granny in Mulan, so many other things. She was president of the International Animated Film Society, ASIFA Hollywood, at one point, and she said, "Darn it, we should have our own awards because they're not giving us Oscars. So we should have our own awards for all the stuff that we do." And so she turned to her student assistants and said, "Let's make this happen." One of her student assistants was Sylys Sable. So he was actually there when she created the Oscars for animation, which they just held, by the way. It's up on YouTube.
Nice.
You should look at it for this year. Yeah, so look up Annie, ANNIE Awards. And he was part of the crew that helped to make it happen back in the day. And it was a very small ceremony. But it's now considered to be one of the major predictors of the Oscars. So we're proud of him for that.
Thank you so much, Rod. Thank you. I had no idea. I swear, everything Sylys does. I mean, you see why I've had some people tell me that I'm like overblowing the things that he did because it's impossible for anyone to have done all that. But like, I'm hearing more. If anything, I'm underselling his importance here.
Tell them about the art show at Cal Poly.
Oh gosh, do you want to?
Sure. If you hadn't already.
Well, I wanted to get into like what the early history was like, and then kind of what led into the CFO and the sci-fi conventions.
Just things that led into it was his art show. When Cal Poly Pomona created a new student
union.
Thank you. Yeah, oops.
It's easier to do it with your other hand.
Come on, answer already.
And then use the other hand to turn it on.
Not turning on. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, when Cal Poly Pomona created a new student union building, they wanted to inaugurate it with an art show because they had a gallery in there. And so I went up to them and said, well, how about I do a display of art from animation? And the guy looked at him blankly and said, there's art in animation? And he said, yes, as a matter of fact, there is. There's lots of it. And so, the guy said, you have some? And Sai said, yeah, I've got tons of it, which was a bald-faced lie. So, but he knew all these people through a CIFA. So he went around to all these studios and said, hey, can I borrow some artwork? And a lot of them said, well, we don't know if we have stuff that we can, lend out to people. And then he would do Hanna-Barbera gave me this, that, and the other thing. And the other studios would say, what? Well, if they did that, we're not going to let them get better than us. Oh, here, you're going to have this stuff. And then he went to Hanna-Barbera and said, well, yeah, Filmation gave me this other stuff. Well, they did? Okay, well, so... And he went to he went to Disney. He went to Dave, the guy who created the Disney archive, because Disney never had one. And Dave walked up to them and said, "You should have an archive." And the Disney people said, "Great, you're in charge of it." And Dave said, "What?" So he wound up being in charge of the Disney archive. And so I said, "Do you have this stuff?" And he said, "Well, I don't have. I have a ton of stuff that we were supposed to send to a display in New York at the Metropolitan Art Museum, but we picked out twice too much stuff. So we're only going to send them half. Tell you what, I'll give you the other half." So, he wound up with this incredible display, and he and his friend, Loring Manley, had developed this way of displaying artwork where you have one frame, but like 5 pieces in it. And so they put these together the night before the thing was opening. They stayed up all night and put this thing, and we have, I think, on the...
No, we don't have pictures.
On the website.
No, we don't have it up, but I have scans there.
Yeah, we have tons of scans of what the thing looked like, and it was...
A lot of the scans, the
You're echoing, Vulcan.
Slides have faded. But either way, I should pull that together at some point and put it up.
Before collecting animation cells became a thing, people weren't doing that back then. So the fact that you actually had cells from animated movies and animated TV series in a frame on a wall was like, oh, what is that thing? So,
Though he Disney let them walk out of there with Fantasia backgrounds. I mean, there's like stuff. I mean, it's probably the only time that like something like that ended up in the same display with like Hanna-Barbera or Filmation. It's like these studios probably never would have been in the same gallery, at least that sort of art show, probably ever. Either way.
So there we go.
Continue.
As you were.
I think you actually have to turn off the top button so that your voice stops projecting. There you go.
When we want them both to
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Confirmed.
Yes.
So, I think there's
completamente.
something fascinating from that story, is that Sylys was able to bring together people who you wouldn't even imagine to be in the same place together. And that's really what I think is a big theme for Sylys. The furry fandom was not something to segment or segregate or put people apart. It was meant to bring people together. And that's something that I really think, and if anyone who's teaching history of Sylys really should focus on that. Because nowadays I see there's a lot more division happening. But Sylys wasn't about division. He wasn't about kicking people out. He wanted to bring people together. He wanted to bring people in. And what he did was truly extraordinary to bring this many people together all at once. And give us the fandom that we have. So, for some people who weren't aware and didn't know, how do you think, before computers, before the internet, did furries get their art? How did furries get their furry art? Okay, Timid, I know you know. And I know people who didn't know.
They use
most of you know.
A telegram machine.
Yes.
I thought it was
a telegram machine. Yes.
It's Telegram. That's where the app name comes from. They use Telegram and then they use Telegram.
Like the back signal in the cloud.
Oh God!
Carrier
I thought
pigeons.
it was pigeons.
I would genuinely
carrier pigeons.
Anthropomorphic pigeons delivering mail.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Now, if it was an anthro carrier pigeon, that would be fantastic.
No, they just use military.
All right. But the presentation actually has to. All right. Yeah, we gotta. So. The way a lot of furry fans back then actually got their furry art was through fanzines like this. This is a copy of Voodoo 10 from 1978. It is filled with all sorts of different underground comic artists who like to share art basically among themselves. There were never more than 60 prints of these, but the way it worked, anyone who was part of this group would submit their art to these guys who ran it. I actually, admittedly, it's Tom Foster and Ken Fletcher.
Waller.
I think I got
Ken
that.
Fletcher.
So, I'm sorry, who?
Reed Waller, creator of Omaha the Cat Dancer, and
Reed
Ken
Waller.
Fletcher. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Reed Waller and Ken Fletcher.
Yeah.
I thought Tom. Never mind. Anyways, you know, I don't. Reed Waller.
Tom was one of the artists.
So people would send them their artwork physically in the mail, and then however long it takes for the mail to arrive there, then they would collate all of the drawings and Xerox it in and make copies, photocopies. And all of those photocopies would be stapled together and mailed back to everyone and at the end of the month. And then when it finally arrives, you get this nice booklet of all these different pages of different underground comics and even one-page book like this. These different, it was all sorts of fun, neat things that you wouldn't really be able to get walking into like a more mainstream comic store. This was the kind of thing that wasn't really being sold in so many places. This was fan content. And then the other way that furries really got around, which I think is becoming more popular nowadays as more people become aware of it, were the science fiction conventions. So you might notice LostCon, this is not the first LostCon, this is LostCon 7. And if you go back far enough in history, you get science fiction conventions before Star Wars. A lot of the science fiction conventions back then were dedicated not so much to science fiction media, or at least science fiction TV shows and movies. They were more dedicated to science fiction literature. But at these conventions, people loved to make art, and there was an art show. And a lot of people selling their art in the art show were furries, drawing anthro characters for their stories.
They're having a memorial thing for the 1 year for
the
Sables. I'm trying to get Crazy Joe, but he's not answering. I'm trying to bring him.
Yes,
Also contacted Delphi, but he's not answering either to get him.
You good? You good back there? By the way, $7.50 for a membership, $7 to get in.
Nowadays, it's like
economy.
And then the hotel is what, 20?
$700. You want to bear with me for a minute? I'm like, if you get a currency converter to check that, check what it would be in today.
For bigger ones, yeah.
No, thank you. We're good. But this was actually the exact convention that Sylys met Rod over here. So some of the furry art, the way that the furries met each other and found each other back then was through those conventions. Sylys himself threw these room party, these room parties at those conventions, which would be held in his hotel room, and then he'd have a party poster on the wall. He'd let people know that, oh, come to this room and we'll have a party in there, and brought together all of the animal people. So if you're wondering how big the furry fandom was, you could pretty much fit it all in the room.
It's massive, yeah.
and that's what he did. He would just reach out to people that made these things and bring people together. And one example of that was, going back to Wendell Washer now, the Cartoon Fantasy Organization. Sylys co-founded this organization together with, there were 5 members, and I wish I could remember all 5 members off the top of my head. It was him, I believe, Fred Patton.
Vision's raising his hand. Vision was raising their hands behind you.
Hello, Rod. Yes, you can answer that question, I think.
Okay, I know all 5 off the top of my head. Sylys Sable, Mark Merlino, Wendell Washer, Fred Patton, Judy Niver, and Mark Kausler. Of those, Mark Kausler is the only one remaining.
My heart goes out to those who were lost.
Yeah.
Wow. Fred Patton had his entire archive, I believe. It was given to a library, but I can't remember exactly which library. I really should have probably done my homework a bit before this.
It's called the Eaton Library at the University of California, Riverside. It's a very famous science fiction library. EATON, Eaton Library at
the Eaton Library.
Is that the one you go to? For the record, CFO could be considered the first anime fan club in the United States.
Yes.
Much. And in fact,
I don't know if you're covering it, but the creator of
I'm covering
Astro
it.
Boy and Kim of the Boy. Okay, yeah, then you'll talk. Then you talk.
I'll cover it, but then when I'm done, you can absolutely anything that I miss, let people know. The so the CFO is basically the very first anime fan club in America, and the way it got there was kind of interesting. I really loved the anthro animal cartoons, and between him and Washer and Fred Patton, they wanted to find more furry content and then share it with professional cartoonists and fans. So he was trying to gather fans together, but the problem was there just wasn't that much content for adults. Most of the people who are attending the CFO were over the age of 30. And when a lot of furry content available was, for little kids, it didn't really make for the best events, and there had to be something else for people to see. And I don't remember exactly what started it, but I know Wendell Washer recorded a lot of those anime programs over the airwaves through his Sony VO 1600, which used U-matic tapes. U-matic tapes.
Those big
They're
tapes?
not pneumatic tapes. U-matic tapes.
It's 3/4 inch videotape. Usually
and
used in broadcast in the
cassettes.
70s, 80s.
Wasn't that the one with like the big reel?
Yes.
The big reel. No.
Records?
No, that's a different one. I'm thinking
cassettes. You're thinking of 1 inch probably, but
Yes,
it
cassettes. So he recorded it on those tapes, and they amassed a whole tape library. And guess who was responsible for managing the tape library? Sylys Sable.
Yeah.
So given how expensive it was to record tapes back then, and the fact that it probably wasn't as prevalent for people to be recording anime, while I can't verify this 100%, I can say pretty much beyond most doubt, virtually all tapes of anime that you ever wanted to check out in North America belonged to Sylys. It was in his wheelhouse to check and lend those tapes out to people through the CFO, the Cartoon Fantasy Organization. So you join the club, gain membership, they will play those tapes, and if you wanted to check a tape out and view it at home, you could check out those tapes for yourself. So I just want to. I'm just going to say that there's like a lot of people interjecting, and if everyone interjects, we're never going to be able to get through the event. So there is a lot of information to say, and
I'm showing my Australian friends right now about this, and they're
So I think there's way too much information coming in. So we'll go through. But definitely, if Changa or Rod, if you guys have anything to say, I mean, absolutely, chime in. But a lot of the tapes that were recorded were over and intended for Japanese audiences. They weren't intended for an American to go and view it. So that meant that a lot of what they watched was Japanese in the Japanese language with no subtitles. If you look on the reverse side of this, which is a 5-year sort of directory for the CFO, you'll actually see several chapters of the CFO across the country: Central Texas, Chicago, Cleveland, and Detroit. And on all of these, you have all the different programs that they would watch, including Astro Boy, which was super popular, Mobile Suit Gundam, Captain Future. There's some of these things I really don't know. Adventures of Ultraman. And on the right side, you can see a little symbol for just letting you know, are there subtitles? Is it in Japanese? And the plus icon was in Japanese. Sorry, Yapton, can you please lower your Yeah, there's some wind coming through your microphone. Thank you.
Oh, weird.
So, most of these, you might want to increase your microphone threshold so we're not getting your wind.
I'm not sure what's causing that. I'm just gonna.
I don't hear
Sorry.
So, I'm sorry, where was I? Yeah, we have all of these different shows in Japanese, and the group is watching everything in Japanese with no subtitles. And Mark told me that they really loved it that way. They had brought people from Japan to try and translate what they were seeing.
Yeah.
And there were people who were a little bit of an older crowd, and they couldn't understand the lingo because the lingo was a lot younger. And then eventually they did find someone who could speak and understand the lingo and speak Japanese, and they actually got a little less interested. What was really most important to the crowd back then was the animation. It was the art. It was the movement and the detail that was put into those frames. The limited animation in anime didn't really smooth out as much as Disney did, but there was more detail there. They had the same limitations as American audiences and American studios, but what they were able to squeeze out of those frames was incredible. So a lot of cartoonists really loved watching that. A lot of people really loved watching it. It gathered a lot of people together. The CFO would actually host events at these conventions, these science fiction conventions. And over time, the conventions became more and more popular with the anime crowds. At one point, there were over 200 people in a room watching an anime film. And keeping in mind that this is intended really for, anime literature, there were some people who felt a little bit pushed back within their own fandom. So there were several different theories given to what caused the diversion, but the correct answer is pretty much they're all true. They were told, the CFO was told to, hey, you guys are getting a little bit too big. You should probably get your own convention. And at the same time, what?
Slightly after.
So yeah,
I was going to say slightly after the anime started getting the push, furry started getting the push. It wasn't the exact same time,
yeah.
But we were probably inspired by them.
Yes. And that is where these two posters come into play. So the first push, of course, was getting rid of the anime crowd, because the anime crowd was just so big, and it was colluding with the convention. And so the first push was to get anime people to divest from the science fiction conventions. There were some people who had a more intolerant mindset, and after trying to spread rumors that anime wasn't going to be accepted anymore, the anime wasn't going to be played anymore. They called it Japanimation back then, by the way. The rumors had spread successfully, and the anime crowd was considering getting their own convention because they had grown so big. Sylys caught wind of it, and according to him, what he told me was he turned to you and said, crazy that you're here. He turned to you and said, if they're getting their convention, we're getting ours.
It was even simpler than that. He looked at me and said, so, You think we're ready for starting our own convention? And I said, yeah, I think we could.
I think we can.
Damn right.
Just like that, history was made.
That's such a great little thing.
So,
yeah,
this is the troll posters that people had spread around, and then here's a letter from Angela Jones talking about the rumors and posters. She was the chairman of Baycon 89, the one right after 88, which is where a lot of the rumors were spreading. And she addressed both rumors. First of all, Baycon's cutting out Japanese animation program. She said, it's true that we've had our difficulties with our Japanimation program in the past, but all our problems have been with individuals, not with Japanimation as a whole. We will certainly continue putting on a Japanese animation program. And then rumor number 2, Baycon doesn't like the furry fandom, and from now on won't allow any furry animal art in the art show, and won't allow any furry parties. The room parties. Like, the convention was going to tell people to not have a party in their room. Good luck with that. She said, I have to admit, I haven't even the slightest idea where this one came from. There were some tasteless flyers put out by individuals who don't like the furry fandom. It was annoying, but not nearly enough of a disturbance to make us even consider blackballing an entire fringe fan group, particularly since that group wasn't responsible. If you're looking forward to furry art and furry parties, don't worry, they're welcome at Baycon. And then at the end of the message, a very cute Durg. Which is too hot for DA, or too hot for FA.
I wish I could remember who did that. I know that artist, but I can't remember.
Oh. So fast forward a little bit. It's kind of strange because there's so many things happening around the same time when it comes to furry history. It's very difficult to cover all of it. My mind bounces back and forth all over the place. 1987, Sylys made, or not Sylys rather, but Ken Sample, one of the Prancing Skill Tear household members, drew a picture with Rod and Changa and Sylys and himself all in the picture.
No, not me. I was not there then.
You weren't there? Oh no, it was a Tiger. It was Andre Tiger, right? Andre.
Tiger, yes.
My apologies. I really should have done my homework on this.
That's fine. You're
fine.
It's all right.
My apologies.
Don't worry.
It's all good.
It's along with thinking about, what this day means and also everything that's happening. My mind has been a little bit in the jumble, so thank you for, contending with that. But he made a piece with 4 people in it, and everyone had represented. They already had a character, a furry of their own that they made. But furry was not really an identity. It was just you didn't have a persona. You didn't have a personal furry. You made a character for a story, for a world, and that was the character, the world, the story that you made it for. But then Ken Sample didn't really have a character specifically of his own that he was working on, something that could represent him. So he made one up. And then everyone saw him in that drawing and said, "Oh, he has your hair and your glasses, and he's you. He looks like you." And he tried to back off on it and pretend like he wasn't, but then eventually gave in and said, "Yeah, that's me." And the linking of furry to identity was something that was one of the biggest and most important and vital moments in furry history. From then, everyone had to have a furry of their own, a persona to represent themselves. Everyone had to have a personal furry that could be a vessel that they lived through and carried out. Fur Science actually did some studies on this and found that personal furries, personas, are one of the biggest and most, I want to say, mandated aspects of the fandom. more than 95% of furries have a fursona. We almost just assume if you have a fursona, then you're a furry. That's how close it became. The fursona does a lot of things for a lot of different people. When furries rate their own personalities, we do tend to be very largely neurodiverse, LGBTQ. We tend to have a lot of weird social issues and anxieties. But then those traits wouldn't really be carried over to our fursonas. Our fursonas don't have social issues. They don't have our physical ailments and mental disabilities. They don't have the flaws, the things that drag us down and make us human. In many ways, our fursona is our ideal self. And comparing those answers of what furries said about their fursonas and the answers of people who are neurotypical, who aren't furries at all, well, the personality traits are kind of similar. So for many people, their fursona is actually, it's not just a character that they like. It's not just a vision, like a cute little vision of themselves. It's a goal to strive for. It is something that helps us become our best selves. I think that's really a beautiful notion. Yes?
Real quick, can I tell a very quick story?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Here's the thing. We found out that Mickey Mouse was actually Walt's persona.
Yes. Yes, I knew that.
Sometimes, and this isn't just an idea, okay? We know this.
I'm King Mickey after all.
Listen to this.
Hang on, I want to hear this, guys. I want to hear this.
God.
Sometimes Walt and Lily, his wife, would get into a fight and go their separate ways, and Lily would come back later that afternoon and find a note written to her from Mickey saying, well, Walt's really sorry that he got out of line, but you know how it can be sometimes.
That's hilarious.
Walt Disney furry confirmed.
Tell me that man wasn't autistic.
Walt Disney furry confirmed.
Mickey and Minnie, Walt and Lily. There it is.
Yeah.
You heard it here, folks. I told you this would be an interesting night.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful what Fursonas have done for the fandom. Yes, hello, Princess Suki?
It's a bit random, but do you know what Uncle Kage's Sona is? Because I do.
Cockroach. A cockroach. So, moving on from Fursonas, the very first furry, even before the very first furry convention happened, we had the very first fursuit, largely attributed to Robert Hill. This is Hilda the Bamboid in 1988. The design of Hilda was actually from Jerry Collins, who also drew this piece here.
Hey, Changa.
So, okay, I'll zoom it out a little bit so we can see both together. Yeah. And right here is Robert Hill wearing his fursuit, Hilda the Bamboid. So, question for you all, and some of you who haven't seen this display before, what is that fursuit head made of? I'm not talking the fur. What is styrofoam? Okay, what other guesses? What other guesses?
Or something.
Like painted
Plastic.
plastic?
So he has like an injection mold machine at home, and it's plastic.
It's plaster. It has to be
Paper mache.
I would say paper mache.
A lot of people say paper mache.
Ceramic.
It looks like it could be ceramic.
That would be pretty smelly if it was paper mache. Ceramic. So he's wearing a giant, large coffee mug.
They were actually really happy that was in the show.
A giant coffee mug?
I've seen it.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah, I just did that for them. And
You've seen it. It's okay, guys. It was fiberglass.
It was
fiberglass. So this fursuit is mostly the head. It's mostly the head, but it was so difficult to wear because the entire head was made of fiberglass. I can only imagine how heavy it was and how difficult it was to breathe through.
Whoever wore that must have been absolutely ripped.
That's kind of funny. That's something that I wanted to mention a little later on, but there were some people in the very first furry convention who they were kind of hoping, it would be probably a pretty cute gal in there, and a little surprised that it wasn't. It was Robert Hill. And that's, if you're wondering where the controversies for the first furry convention happened, that's more in the line of what you're going to get. There were people who expected, everyone to be the straight guys who like the nice girl pinup posters, and everything was squeaky clean, and then come to find out, oh no, they're furries.
There's so many new ideas. It's
the nerds, the nerd convention are guys.
Look, furry did not. Okay, all right. Furries, us, who we are, have existed throughout millennia. Usually I wait until later in the presentation to say this, but that piece right there, that papyrus, is actually the very first piece of furry porn that we have in history, and it is the only piece of prop in the museum.
Okay. What?
So it starts on the left. It's all one scroll. It's all one papyrus. It starts on the left side with the lion and the gazelle playing a game of Senate. The lion has clearly succeeded victory over the gazelle. And then the piece continues. We have a scene of not only anthro characters standing up on two legs, but herding and tending to, I can't remember if they're deer on four legs or sheep, but effectively it is a scene of a slice of life. A lot of people in ancient Egypt had were farmers. So this is a picture, just slice of life, but with the farmers as furries. And then if the piece continues, if I continued it anymore, it would be too hot for VR chat. It's a picture of the lion railing the gazelle on top of a bed. And that...
Damn!
And that's just going to bed. Historical furry art, guys.
So for people, I know from my studies, there was some farthest that we're able to get is like 600 BC with inevitable. That's the farthest regarding writings as well.
Everyone who is not Rod and Silas has like one. They can speak up once because otherwise, if we go through everyone, we're not going to be able to finish. The whole notion that furries were clean and then somehow furries like came along and screwed it up. It's like, no, people were screwed up for a while. People, this is just who people are. We are furries here. We've always been furries. But what is fantastic and what's phenomenal and what's wonderful is that we found each other. We weren't separated, segregated, or scattered apart. We came together. And Silas was huge and monumental in helping that along, as well as you, Rod. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, this photo was taken in 1988. And then in 1989... in January.
That was the day I was born.
We have the very first conference, Conference Zero, which is the very first furry convention. So Sylys and the Prancing Skilltear household gathered. They sent so many postcards to so many different people. He said about 1,000 postcards were sent, inviting people to come to this thing called a furry convention. There was a doctor who loved the idea but couldn't attend, and he sent $10 in an envelope anyways, and said that he wished he could make it, and he just liked the idea. Of the 1,000 postcards, they received around 100 registrations, and then from that 100, whittled down to 60 people who actually showed up.
65.
And those 65?
65.
Oh, yeah, plus the staff.
Oh, my friend just joined.
65. So, with an attendance of 65 people, the very first furry convention was held in Costa Mesa, California, at the Bristol Inn. The Bristol
Holiday Inn.
The Holiday Inn Bristol Plaza in Costa Mesa, California. Gosh, I'm jumbling everything right now.
You're doing good, don't worry.
I assure you, I do this better when I'm not under pressure. But yeah, the very first furry, the very first con book. Well, it's effectively this is a college level, thesis every time I give it, right? Because if I get anything wrong, I have the person here who's responsible who can tell me what's wrong. So yeah. The very first furry convention, a long time ago, furry conventions would have con books. Yes?
That was the thing. That was what he changed. Conventions had con books, which usually were text about the guests. Sai said, we're an art fandom. Let's do a collection of art. So he called it a souvenir book. So that was the first souvenir book, which was a collection of furry art. Hence the credits.
Beautiful.
Yeah, there were several different pages of art, even on the inside of the pages and the rear. There was art on both sides.
Wait, what does it say on the back?
Amazing.
Conference Zero Collection, 1989, copyright 1989 by the respective artists and authors. No part of this booklet may be reproduced without permission of the specific artist or author. Whoops! It's okay. It's donated to the museum by Sylys. And we're not reproducing it. We are showing it here so that you all can see what this book looked like. But I always tell people to come back in the museum and read this on their own. But today, in honor of Sylys, I'll read it for you. Sylys himself gave a one-page summary of what he felt furries were. And I looked through the entire con book, by the way, to try and find what I felt were some of the best pieces within it to show. And absolutely, this was one of the best pieces to show. Furries Are People Too, by Mark Sylys Merlino. Funny animals always had a cult following. In comic strips like Pogo, classic comic books published by Gold Key and others, and an animation from Disney to Warner's. In fandom APAs like Voodie and Rauerbrazel, various gen zines, and an active small press gives funny animal fans a form. So, you may ask, what's all this about furries? Furries is a catch-all term for anthropomorphic characters, funny animals, that represent an actual living person. This person may be the creator of the character, or someone else the creator knows. A person's furry is a personal statement about oneself or a friend. The concept of personal animal personas is not a new one. The most familiar example is the totem of the American Indians. In some tribes, an individual selected an animal as a guiding spirit and teacher. The modern idea is really not that much different. Most people select a favorite animal for their furry. Our attitudes about our animal companions on Earth, their strength, survival ability, agility, beauty, and social structure all contribute to the overall attraction. Animals respond directly to emotion, and so seem more honest than we humans. A person's furry can be a great way to communicate. I discovered this several years ago unintentionally. I created a species for a universe I wanted to write about called Skilter. Basically large sentient weasels. Their natural fearlessness and curiosity made them a great first contact species. Actually, I had no idea just how great. Over a period of almost 20 years, the Skilter have served as my representatives. Most of my very closest friends met me through the interest in the Skilter. I had placed my ideas and dreams in my creation, and they had spread the word, as if they really existed. Now, I have many more furries. Some are different versions of myself, and others were created for my friends as gifts. Sometimes our furries can communicate when some problems makes it difficult to talk as mere humans. Some people criticize furries as wish fulfillment or a mask we wear to hide ourselves. My experience leads me to believe the opposite is true. Your furry is the face that lies behind the mask we wear in everyday life. Your furry is that part of you which you wish to share with your closest friends. That confident part of you that can say what you truly feel, without fear of embarrassment. I have discussed the furry phenomenon with many people over the years, and the consensus has been that the furries are the most open and friendly fans of any recognized group. By my observation, furries have helped people get together and form lasting relationships. It sure worked for me. Why not try it yourself? Be a furry and make some friends.
Amazing.
It's very impressive. The
Wow.
amount.
Godspeed.
I
need a minute.
Guys.
When
was
that? That was amazing.
1989.
Wow, okay.
Wow.
1989. This is 26 years ago. And doesn't it sound so true today? 36?
My dad was in
Oh god,
college.
I'm
Yeah,
old.
that's a little longer than that.
I'm
It's
old.
a little longer.
36 years, guys.
I think the majority of us are old and yep.
Yeah.
Furry conventions are older than most furries, confirmed. But even back then, people were furries, you know? And I think that's just a wonderful feeling that we didn't just suddenly pop into existence, that we've always been here. It just took a little bit of organizing to get us together and to make something like this happen. And then to see it carried forward by generation after generation. It truly is a wonder, and it's a spectacle. This is really, I think, why I feel so emotional here today. It's not. It's all of the above. Silas was my personal friend. He was also friends to so many. He brought so many people together. He helped so many people. And then by making this fandom, we have all found each other. And now, individually, we would all feel alone. We would all feel strange. We would all feel weird. But together, we make a very powerful force. A very wonderful force in the world. And that's a force that I would like to see continued, carried forward, generation after generation. In fact, I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt the reason why the Virtual Furry Museum doesn't have NSFW artwork in it isn't because I don't want to have that artwork in it. It's because I want younger generations to be able to come here and read this message. I want everyone to be able to come in and see how great furry is. And I want everyone to not feel alone in who they are and what this community means to them. So we have Silas's words here on the table with us. And we also have this right here. The Conference Zero discussion groups.
I miss them a lot.
My fault.
Your fault? How was it your fault?
I was around him a lot. It was
Programming.
I have tissues in my room, but I can't offer them to you.
Come here.
I miss him a lot, man. I was always just like Satala. I was always around him too. I miss him a lot, man. I really miss him.
Come on, give hugs. You need hugs right now.
Sorry about that. Yeah, don't mind. It's just I know him personally. It's just like you, Satala. So I understand. It's just it's beautiful, but it's just it's heavy. Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
That was amazing.
That's quite all right. And I know it was very emotional when I saw he wasn't feeling well and attending our events. I knew that something was going on and it wasn't getting better. And then it was New Year's last year that he was rather unresponsive. I still remember, running to Changa and telling him about like Silas isn't responding, and then he ran over to Silas and they had to.
I brought Saros. I got him called, and he's joining in now. So as well, let me get him. He's right here.
Oh, okay. You don't have to tell me about that. I can see that he's coming in.
Oh my.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know. I just want to say, New Year's of 2023. That was the one time I actually got to meet Sai. That was the only time I ever saw him, like, in just anything.
He wasn't in the best shape that night.
Yeah, it's also where I met you. And yeah, I heard you telling me about all that.
Yeah, well, he wasn't doing well that night.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I was breaking before he got on, because he had gotten on, and I'd sent him the invite, and he didn't show up.
Was it?
And I went out to figure out why, and he couldn't remember how to accept an invite. And that was the point where I knew the stroke had gotten worse, because he just couldn't control the VR chat. It was not a good night. It got worse from there, but at least he got a little bit of time in here, and he got to ride on the back of Tao for a little bit of that.
Yeah, I spoke to him that night, and he never said anything back. I don't even know if he remembered any of it.
Debatable. He'd had more strokes within the period leading up to that, and as well as New Year, earlier that day that we probably weren't fully aware, because he was basically having micro stroke, because his liver was generating clots.
It must have been hard to deal with.
Yes.
Put it mildly.
Yeah.
But let's not commandeer.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for sorry for sidetracking. I just really wanted to say that.
So yeah, well, once again, the presentation will last into we will all perish from old age if we allow everyone to say everything. We're gonna have to try
Once
and.
again, I'm sorry about that.
I'll see if there's some time that we can give for people to come up and say something, but yeah, interrupting the presentation is gonna make things drag on a little bit too long. So, going back to the history. So, yeah, Conference Zero had 65 people in attendance, including 5 members of staff. So, if there was going to be a single panel, that would be the entire convention in one panel. And usually conventions don't have everyone attending every panel. So you can't really have the panel room for just a few people. But that wasn't the only issue. Sylys himself didn't really like the concept of panels that much. He was really much more interested in the Q&A portion at the end of it. So for many of you who do attend furry conventions, you'll probably notice, you'll know how it goes. People show up, there's a presentation, no one can talk, the presentation's happening, and then just like how we're seeing tonight, everyone wants to talk and everyone wants to say something, but then they can't because of the presentation. And then in the very last 5 minutes, okay, question and answers. Now people can talk and have a discussion. And people ask the most amazing questions. And then, oh, sorry, that's our time. Now we got to go. And then there's another panel to attend. So he really liked the idea of having a discussion table. I don't know if that was him or that was you, but Sylys told me that it was him. He told me that he really liked that idea, and promoted it very heavily. Anyone could submit an idea for a discussion. And all of those different discussions were put together in a program where people can actually go and show up and attend the discussion whenever it was happening. So along this, and keep in mind, this is 1989, guys. The internet did not went public yet. This is prior to the internet. This is before cell phones became popular, before the smartphone. That wouldn't happen for decades, right? We didn't have Twitter. We didn't have social media. We didn't have Fur Affinity. We didn't have DeviantArt. We didn't have Sheezy Art. We didn't even have VCL. Canid meeting, Felid meeting, Mustelid meeting, Ungulate meeting, Reptilian and Avian meeting. There's genetics, cloning, coloring. We have... Yeah, we have personal furries. Like, how and why do people come up with furries to represent themselves? We have a sculpture workshop. We have furry makeup. People were actually painting tiger stripes and zebra stripes on themselves, leopard spots, to become their furry creations. Because the costuming was brand new, and many people only saw that at the very first furry convention. But right there, you also have furry costuming, furries and gender. In 1989, asking the question, should we have more female furries, or even to pose a question like that back then was kind of fascinating. Personal furries, like how and why do people come up with furries to represent themselves? We have furry animation. We have furry in media. Guys, this is a furry convention. Before all the things that we attribute to... This is all the things we attribute to furry convention before all the things that we attribute to furry. We think that furry is an online... just a meeting of people who get together online. No. Furry has been here before the internet. And it will probably be here after the internet too. Furry will always find a way to get together and communicate. And this convention was the way many, many, many furries got together and communicated. So the initial crowd was 65 people. Let's pretend that the other 5 people didn't matter. 60 people showed up, 60 attendees. And then in the course of 11 years, from Conference 0 all the way up through Conference 9, there was an increase in attendance all the way through 1,300.
Ooh.
1,300 attendees at conference. I believe it was Conference 9 was the peak. Or yeah, Conference 9 was the peak. So those people, those furries, started bringing along their friends. And then their friends would show up at the next convention. Then those friends would bring in their friends and show up at the next convention. And it grew and grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. And nowadays, oh, yes, Changa.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting an invite for another memorial. I should probably go and say something there. Rodney, maybe you know, I'll see you a little later. But good luck with the rest of the presentation. I will not
Thank you so much.
interrupt.
Thank you so much, Changa. And feel free to come back if you want, but otherwise, take care.
See you around,
Thank you so much
man.
for being here.
Stay safe, Changa.
See ya.
See ya.
What a great man.
Gosh, it does seeing something like this does give me hope that we will be able to continue this thriving community. We will be able to continue being together and staying furry. Even if we do get attacked online, even if we do have our spaces diminished, furries will always find a way to come together. I still find it phenomenal that this convention was able to make it happen. But just how much people loved it, and how it rose into what we have today. This wasn't the only furry convention on the face of the earth. It was just the first. Today there are over 140 conventions all over the world. It's been a while since I checked that figure. It might be a little different now, but there are furry conventions taking place in the mountaintops of China, in some of the most remote villages you could ever imagine. There are furry conventions in Russia, furry conventions in Brazil. There's furry conventions in Mexico. And we have some Mexican furries here with us today. There's furry conventions in Canada and Europe, all over Southeast. There are furry conventions in Southeast Asia. Furry has really, truly taken over the world. There are even furries stationed in McMurdo Station in Antarctica. And furries have been to space. We have, anywhere that people have been, there have also been furries.
At some point, we'll take over the world.
No, I don't know if taking...
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
There's a lot of furs in the militaries all over too, so that could be possible.
Yeah.
So,
Probably is a furry in North Korea.
Unfortunately, their internet is not very good with that kind of stuff.
all right. So, it's kind of incredible what happened in furry through conventions. Many other people popped up all over the country and started their own little communities and groups, which eventually became those hot spots that you see in furry today. So I've been talking a lot about a lot of positive things. I'd like to talk about, because I feel the history is missing pieces without it. And this is the same thing that I said last year, just as a demonstration or reflection of the kind of person Sylys was, the kind of people that he wanted to bring together. It wasn't up to him what kind of people he brought together. As long as you were interested in what furry had to offer, as far as he's concerned, you are furry and you belong in this fandom. And there should be a place, maybe not everyone is going to like who you are, but everyone deserves a seat at the table. So, some of the guys that are even up here were rather more of the homophobic variety. I've already expressed there were some people who had spread some misinformation about what the history of furry was. There was a prevailing notion it was nothing more than a big, huge gay sex party, and that bothered people. I think my favorite response to that was Ash Coyote. When I presented that to her, she said, "And how is that a bad thing?"
True.
But
Oh.
but also it misrepresents.
You're not wrong. It was a gay sex party.
But it
This is more than that.
misrepresents. It misrepresents, though, what furry was and what it means to people. Because of all the controversies that happened about Robert Hill being a man dressing in a female fursuit, and Silas kissing you, Mark kissing you in a hotel lobby, which apparently that was a huge controversy. And like no one, absolutely no one had a controversy with the nude dancer. The event of a nude dancer, which took place at the first furry convention. The dance was held in honor of actually her husband, who was battling, I believe it was cancer, and the proceeds were going to raise money for his treatment. I hope I got that, Rod. Did I?
Okay. It's like the last destination kind of thing. Actually,
You're mute.
This world. It might not be this world.
We can't hear you.
Muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Sorry. There was conference 3, and it wasn't her
Conference
husband, although he was there. No, it was actually she was dancing as Omaha the cat dancer for Omaha's creator, Reed Waller. Remember from Voodie? He was the comic creator of the comic, and he had stomach cancer and was having medical bills. So she wanted to do a charity dance for him. You are sweet.
Please write this. I hope people are recording this because I'm gonna update the information. I think Silas might have mixed up some details, because he insisted and told me that it was for her husband.
Yeah,
But,
he might have mixed up some.
Anyways, yeah. So, no one had a problem with that. And why do you think no one had a problem with that? Because she was a nice girl. She was a nice girl. Yeah, a pinup girl. Totally fine. No issues with that whatsoever. It's kind of amazing that you're here because I remembered the quote you told me was, whatever furry means to people. I kind of now it's the full quote is blanking out on me, but whatever furry means to people, that's what it is. So if you join a furry and you find people who are gay, you find your loved ones here. You find different various communities, like the ABDL community, for instance. You might find various kinks and things, and come together over that. Well, furry is a love of anthro animals, but I have found through my research, talking with so many people, that furry is a means of self-expression. It is our ideal self. It is the mask removed. It is who we are and who we wish to be with the people around us. And it is so helpful to be with people and to be affirmed in who we truly, genuinely are. Our sexuality and what we feel and what we like. and I'll say this example. How many of you have seen BoJack Horseman? And yeah, okay.
That show is peak.
Yes. Now, as you might have remembered, if you saw BoJack Horseman, the Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter being in a relationship. Well, there are some people who like stories like that, and they like art like that, and those people have the tendency to be dismissed and reduced in the fandom. And Sylys knew that there would be backlash to openly accept and allow those people in the convention. But his compromise was, you guys can meet at the Denny's next door. So, yes. So he didn't want to say no. He didn't want to tell people you were not permitted to be a furry because you like this thing or you attracted this crowd or this kinds of people. I am honestly genuinely shocked that the kinds of people Sylys became friends with, I personally wouldn't have become friends with. I never would have become friends with. To him, the most important thing by far was bringing people together over this thing called furry, and he wanted people to be able to find their own crowds. And that is a sentiment that is being attacked today. So we had seen recently Shymatsi, who had been running Burn Me to New Jersey for dozens and dozens of years, getting attacked for having some people involved who were more right-leaning, with probably not the best opinions on Twitter. And because he has a very similar mentality to Sylys, he doesn't want to say no to people to be able to join the fandom and then find their crowd. That doesn't mean that we all love each other and everything and everyone and it's all one big happy family. I think even in a happy family, you're going to have people that you may not agree with. Even people that you love deeply, you may not agree with everything that they love and everything that they are. And I think what is really important, what's really great at what Sylys did was he didn't try to gatekeep the fandom. He wanted people to come together as much as possible and carry forward this thing called furry, because the number one goal for him was furry. It was the furry fandom. That's number one. And everything else is secondary. So anything that would help the fandom grow and get bigger and bring in more people, that is something that he supported.
How'd you really
And he
like
did it
that
better.
sentiment?
He did it better than even I could. He like, I mean, Sylys had a personal vested interest with all the work that he had put in to bring people together. He did not like the internal struggles. He did not like the inner fighting. He was not about that, and he was very unhappy to see that happening in his fandom. So we talk a lot about today just the respect that we show for this presentation. I think if we want to carry that respect forward, we should respect the fandom and see if we can find some more respect for each other. Furry means a lot to a lot of different people. And I am continuing to study more and more and more and ask more people what furry means to them. And I am getting answers you wouldn't believe. Sylys heard it over and over again. People told him that the fandom saved their life, to the point that he got sick and tired of hearing it. I still remember seeing like as soon as like Sylys said that to me, and I was like, for me, and he already could tell what was coming on, and he was already tired and sick of hearing it. He he had heard it so many times, and it was actually the one thing that he couldn't relate with people. Silas had two loving parents. He attended a Catholic school. He said school was a social crucible for people like him. And then, certain people were not always going to be the most tolerant, but his parents still loved him. And he was able to be himself. California is a lot more open to people. And his parents didn't need that lesson to love their son. He received love, and then he gave the world love. He gave that love back. He said it was the one thing he couldn't relate with people. It wasn't his age. It wasn't the difference in, the references. He would talk about animation and books that he read from the 70s, and not too many furries nowadays remember that stuff. The thing that separated him from furries the most was the fact that he had a great childhood. It was the fact that people accepted him, people loved him, and they shared that love with him. And honestly, Silas was more loved than most of us would ever receive in our lives. And he was loved for who he truly was. Well deserved too. But going forward now, yeah.
Sorry, I got to step in on that because it's important. A thing to realize about Sai is, yes, he was largely accepted, and he did have, compared to a lot of people that I know, had a very happy childhood, but he was still the geek in school. But he didn't mind that. And when people would come at him with attitude, he'd give them attitude back. And he'd find ways to be smart about his responses. Like, people teased him because he wasn't athletic. So what did he do in high school? He became one of the coaches of the wrestling team. So he showed them how to, and he took them to a state championship. He lettered in wrestling without ever wrestling. Okay.
Oh my god.
What did this guy not do?
Nice.
The more I hear about Silas,
when people would bug him, he would find out, what bands are you into? Okay, well, let me make you some speakers so you can listen to your band even better. And he did that.
Savage.
Absolute legend.
Amazing.
So yeah, his childhood was not perfect. It was not perfect by any stretch, but he was smart enough to find ways around it. He always said he knew he was a weasel because nothing scared him. Everything fascinated him, but nothing scared him.
Wow.
Truly phenomenal. Truly phenomenal, the kind of person that he was and what he meant to people. And it's this is a comment that I was given before, like the memorial room. Was he actually like that? And I mean, you're hearing today, yes, he actually was like that. The people who wrote their stories on the scroll can tell you that they've had that experiences with him. At the service that I saw, so many people showed up and gave their stories. And there's even more stories that I couldn't even comprehend. Yeah, Silas touched so many people's lives. Not even just within our fandom, but within his own life as well. I don't even know. Like, it's hard for me to sum up his life. It cannot be done. It is so. I'm struggling to find the words. He didn't just make the furry fandom and the anime fandom. He which, that's a pretty big deal, by the way. But for all the people in his life, he was like a North Star. And there are some incredible stories on that scroll. I really highly recommend you read it when we head downstairs in a moment. I don't think I need to tell the people in this room about how ridiculous the hate against furries are. But we do. I think we should cover.
About it.
We should cover a little bit about how it ended. Yeah,
well, that's pure typewriter right there.
Even before Twitter, we still had statements like this being made about the fandom. Hello there. I understand you will be hosting conference this year. Having attended them in the past, I would like to point out that these events are nothing more than excuses to sell pornography and engage in sexual activity by furries that are into such things as bestiality and pedophilia. For examples of what will be sold at what is called an artist alley, go to a website and another website. Those are both Fur Nation artists. I will be contacting local new media and church groups in Yoru area to let them know just what will be going on at your hotel. Thank you. That is very sick burn.
When was that
from
Nothing more than
this was before Grammarly was a thing.
Well, even before Grammarly, there was such a thing called grammar and spelling, and people did that. Not this person, but most people. There's also and like
furries who aren't furries.
So there are some
copy pasta material.
You said it.
All right. Yeah, let's get back. Yep. Yes, Rod. So yeah, the one of the volunteers had their mother demanded sending this message to James Otto, the hotel marketing director, and or was he the vice president of marketing? And then he got scared. Yeah, vice president of marketing. And then he got scared and told Mark Merlino, per our conversation today, please find an enclosed copy of regulations published by the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control concerning conduct and actions which are not permitted on a licensed premise. Specifically, these regulations are 143.2, attire and conduct, and 143.3, entertainers and conduct, and 143.4, visual displays. The Town and Country Resort Hotel holds, I probably should make this a little easier to read, holds a liquor license, and as a licensee will enforce these regulations to the extent that any of your activities of the conduct of your attendees violate these regulations as determined by the hotel. Such activities or conduct will not be permitted. Please call me if you have any questions concerning this issue or regarding any issue about your meeting. Very truly yours, James L. Otto, Vice President of Marketing, Atlas Hotels, Inc. And then we have some blue laws from California, which effectively are trying to diminish, gentleman club things around alcohol. So the idea is you have a place that sells alcohol, you can't do any of this. And I feel even just weird to be reading this. But it's basically no NSFW anything. That's the bottom line. So this letter was sent to him the day before the convention. So the day of the convention, he had to run around to everybody and tell them to hide their NSFW artwork. You have to close the books, don't sell it in the artist alley. And there were some people who had NSFW artwork in the art show, and he said, you can't have that in the art show. You have to do it in your rooms. And the whole convention had to be cleaned up in one fell swoop. A lot of people really didn't like that. That is only one small tidbit of many different challenges that happened at Conference 10, but it was enough to set some people over the edge. And of course, the police were called. Could have been that mother of the volunteer who called the police. It could have been James Otto himself. But from what was told to me from Silas and what I've gathered was the policeman walked up, asked an artist, can we look at it? And then they looked at it, laughed, turned around, and started yelling at James Otto down the hall. Because apparently that was not a reason to call the police. Okay. Some furry art was not a reason for the police to get involved. Also, the hotel was selling Playboy magazine in the hotel lobby. So, double standard. Double standard.
Yes. An ancient sighting of a Karen. Let's go.
Yes. So the double standard of furries is something that I'm sure we've all experienced. It's like we can be kissing, but you guys can't be kissing. No, that's wrong. And those attitudes, you can kind of see how outdated they are, and you can kind of see now that we're talking about it, the controversies that were being promoted about the early conventions. That's the opinions of a very small select group of people. That does not reflect the whole. That does not reflect most of the people who are present. And these opinions right here certainly do not reflect us, and I really truly hope they don't. The notion that furries are nothing more than just excuses to sell what did she say? Nothing more than excuses to sell pornography and engage in sexual activity. By furries, cat are into such things as bestiality and pedophilia. Yeah, the fandom means a lot to a lot of people, and it means a lot even to people who like NSFW art. I've found out that you surprise, you can't just be only. I had a friend who ran a 400 plus group of an 18 plus NSFW furry server. The entire intent of the server was this was going to be an NSFW server. It was going to be 18 plus, and every single channel was going to be NSFW. And what do you think happened? I'll give you a hint. It's the same thing that happens to every other Discord server. Oh, I took some really cool photographs of an event that I was at this year. Oh, hey, I want to talk about games. Can we have a channel to talk about games? Oh my gosh, I saw this great movie. Can we talk about this great movie that we saw? There's a TV show that I really like. I really like this book. Can we talk about these books in here? Can we do this? Can we do that? And then by the time you add all of the Safe for Work channels, it became just like every other furry server. And then nobody used the 18 plus channels anymore.
Yeah.
This is a server of 400 furries. The entire point, the entire purpose of the server was to be NSFW. You can only have sex for so long.
Jesus.
Everybody got that post-nut clarity.
Oh my. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one for the books.
Yeah.
But that's the truth. So
and put it up on camera.
the notion that we're nothing more than just sex freaks, that became promoted in the Vanity Fair article, and Silas told me a little bit about that. The the events conference was getting bigger. A lot of people were showing up, and a lot of postcards were sent. And apparently, someone got wind of it at Vanity Fair and said, "Hey, we'd like to do a piece covering this and seeing what the heck are you guys doing here." And then Silas was like, "Oh, cool! Let me show you this. Look at this person who's working on this story and the characters that he's making for his fan fiction. And oh, look at these people and look at all the great characters that they drew and look at the way that the detail of the paws and everything. And it's so great. And oh, look at what these people are doing over here. They're making costumes and they're doing art and things. And look at the creativity and And Vanity Fair was just looking around like,
hello.
Okay. All right. Just not that interested. And then one guy was, hey, come here. come here. I'll show you the real Fandom. Sorry, I hear some people downstairs. Let me go ahead and just...
We love Spyro.
The real thing, sure.
Hello, everyone who is downstairs right now. We are hearing you upstairs. Please join us upstairs for the memorial visit. Please join us upstairs for the memorial visit. We can all hear you. Thank you. Also, if it wasn't very clear, you are interrupting the presentation for the memorial.
Oh my god.
You are interrupting the presentation for the memorial. Please stop that. Thank you.
Please stop.
Just cook him, John. Cook him. Just stop, man.
All right. So yeah, the one guy said, let me show you what furry is really about. And then he showed him all of his sexy kink gear and everything. And then Vanity Fair did the article. Did they show the people who are making personas? Did they show the people who are making stories? Did they show the creativity of the fandom? Did they show what people were actually doing here? No. They showed the sexy thing. Why? Because sex sells. And then they printed that story, and then the CSI people saw that story and said, "Ooh, let's make furries our next villains." And then, Now, here's the funny thing, which apparently Changa was on a Ferality stream not too long ago, and he was contacted. He was one of the consultants for furries on that episode. Problem is, they already pretty much finished the episode, so there wasn't too much they could change. Yeah, they got a hold of him a little bit too late, and the good news is it could have been worse. Because the furries were going to be the villains, and then the show was apparently changed slightly to make the furries a little bit less of the villains, but it didn't save the reputation between the Vanity Fair article and then that, and then the multitude of people who were upset with, oh my god, two guys are kissing.
It's the end of the world.
And then when you take all of the BS and put it together, it sounds like a lot of BS, but it was all vapid controversies. It was all hearsay. It was all just taking one small snippet of who we are and then trying to pretend like that's all we are, and we are nothing more than that. You all know that that's not what we do here, right? That's not the only reason we're here.
Yeah,
we're not all here having one big orgy in the museum, right? Like there's more to furry than this stuff.
Everybody's dicks out.
Dang, you sussed me out. It's funny. They rather show all these people rather show the NSFW side than show the actual like
showing up at a furry convention. 15,000 people showing up at a furry convention. That's not what we do. So hopefully, I hope the world is going to grow a little bit more knowledgeable about who we are. Through the museum, they can see a little bit more of the art that we make and the things that we do. Through this presentation, and many other times I give the history presentation, people can kind of understand just, what we're all about. And we can, again, take this fandom forward and don't let it die with us. The unfortunately conference didn't have a very good history in its ending. Silas and Rod both kind of grew tired of the challenges of running the convention, especially with having to move the convention because other conventions started springing up. Furry was getting almost too successful in a way, and it was growing rapidly. And it wasn't all being held by people with the best of intents. But despite all that, thanks to everything that Silas and Rod had done, as well as everyone in Prancing Skilltear who came together and made it happen, all of the people who put forth their creative efforts and contributed to the furry fandom in those initial conventions, allowed us to have the fandom that we have today.
Yes.
It was through people that many of us wouldn't even consider friends today. It was through people who are much older than we are today, and some of them are still alive. It was through people living through times that we couldn't even comprehend or possibly imagine. Before cell phones, before the internet, before all the means that we currently use to get together. So we're still furries, and I think that's beautiful. Going back to Silas, though,
a new visitor has.
I think I've spoken enough about the history of the fandom. I think it would be good to open the floor to people to talk about Silas before we head downstairs into the memorial and hopefully take a break. So, if anyone would like to say anything about Silas.
Can I say something about Silas?
Ravenclaw, yes. You may come over here and speak.
Okay. Well, I will say this. I may not have interacted with Silas that much, but every time I have interacted with him in VR chat, I'll say it was actually a pretty fun time. Silas, after hearing all of this, I actually know how much he meant to this fandom, given that he was the one who created it, along with his husband. But he really did know how to bring all of us together, even if he wasn't even like, well, oh jeez, what's the word? Well,
he brought us together,
am I saying it wrong?
Not even knowing us. Like, he brought us together not even knowing everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's what you meant.
Even if he doesn't know, even if he doesn't know all of us, at least his influence and, like, well, love for, well, just wanting everybody to be a community, it just spread, even to those who probably have never even met him, But they're still in this fandom today because of him. And to you, Mark Merlino, wherever you are, thank you for all you have done for us. Respect.
I think.
R.I.P., dude. All right.
Thank
Anybody
you
else
so
want to
much.
say something?
I think one of the most.
Okay, Agora.
Agora.
Please come forward.
Oh, yeah. Also, I'd like to say one more thing.
Oh, shit.
Hold on, where's my...
Tracking bug.
Make sure I'm oriented right so I don't trip over something. Like I said, I did say earlier, and that, I only met him once, one and only time at that 2023 New Year's Eve party. And, back when I was there, I didn't really think of it much, but you know, it was. They say sometimes small moments are like you don't really they just don't seem small at first, but then they become big. They turn out to be big moments when they're gone.
Yeah.
And yeah, saw him. It was spoke to him. I tried speaking to him, but I still didn't know if he never said anything back because he was all afflicted. But yeah, he heard a lot. Right after that, right after New Year's, I heard a lot. Or I heard a lot at the party, and I heard a lot after, and yeah, it really felt bad over the whole thing. But from what I heard, he was a really good man. Heck, I even after that, I checked the little. I went through Ferality's little back. I went through a friend showed me a bit of back when he had that panel speech from Ferality 2000. He showed me the clip from it, and yeah, I thought it was amazing. It just made me wish I knew what Ferality was back then, but I didn't know until after. But yeah, didn't even that one night in New Year's of 2023 when I got super drunk, I didn't even realize I actually met a legend.
Thank you so much, Agora.
Heart goes out to, as Changa and you too, Rod.
Yeah.
Kind of the same for me.
Godspeed, Sai.
Thank you, Agora.
I know who it was when I first met
Rod, thank you so much for that story.
Do you think I get Mr. Saros? You think?
Sup.
I want to.
Yeah, he's waiting over here too.
Saros Eclipse.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
No.
Hi. Yeah, I knew Silas back in the early days. I was working at Apple, and it seemed that Apple was a place that brought people together, and a lot of us gathered around that. And what impressed me was you don't understand the pressure that was on us back then. That just being a furry was taking a risk walking down the street. I mean, you could get beat up. You could even get killed for being a furry. And what Silas did took a lot of courage to put together the first convention for furries. And it gave the rest of us, rather than some sort of a sweeping movement that was turning people into furries, all it did, it was a big thing. It gave us permission to be who we already were. We could just be that way in public. And that changed everything.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Thank you, sir.
That's very well said.
Thank you.
Something very well said just then.
Tell a story.
All right.
Real
quick.
Yes, let's hear a story from Rod.
Okay. Some of you have heard this one, but I think it's one of the most important things about him. Hi up there. Beyond furry, Sai was a fan of fans. Okay, he was a fandom fan. He always told this story. He went to his first Star Trek convention back in the 70s, early 70s, when Star Trek conventions were all about trying to get Star Trek back on the air, which it would do eventually. Mm-hmm. And he went to the convention, and there in the lobby was the Star Trek Enterprise bridge set right there. And he walked up to someone from the staff and said, "Whoa, this is amazing. You actually got the Enterprise bridge. from Paramount to show here. And the person looked at him and said, oh, no, don't you know they had a fire? The original bridge set was destroyed. We made this. And so I said, what?
Oh, shit, Valentine.
You made this? Who made this? Well, us, the staff for the convention. We made it. When? Well, in our spare time. Wait, you didn't get paid for this? No, we paid for everything that you see here. And Sai was blown away. Here were people who would take their skills and take their knowledge and apply it physically to a fictional universe that they loved in their free time. Who does that? Fans do that. We do that.
Yeah.
Look around.
Oh God.
No,
don't crash. No, he's alive. He's alive.
He's fine.
Come back.
Just keep looking around. It's a long panorama.
No se muere, no, por favor. No se va. Por favor, no se va. No.
Okay.
He's fine. Guys, back off.
All right, guys. We're good. We're back.
He's back.
You all right?
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was talking faster than my computer.
It's especially been 1 year.
As I was saying.
All right, everyone.
Who does
Settle
that?
down.
We do that, okay? Look around you, okay? This is what Sai loved, was the effort that people will put into something, not just out of world rewards, but out of personal rewards, out of the feeling that we get from making stuff like this. Okay, and bringing it out into the world. So, what made him special was that the biggest thing that he wanted to do was that he wanted to create spaces for creative people to be creative and make shit like this happen. Okay, he always loved to point out Walt Disney was not that great an artist. Okay, he could draw, but he wasn't that great of an artist. Okay,
Yeah.
he brought other people together and created a space where they could work together and create the stuff that you've seen. Now, he put his name on it, but what he did was create the space where that could happen. And Sai wanted to create the space where that could happen. And the ultimate space so far where that can happen, VRCTranslator.
VR.
That's why he loved this space so much. I mean, this space stole him away from Second Life. You have no idea how much effort that took.
Oh God.
Silas, when I took Silas to Megaplex, it was 2023. He was on Second Life like most of the convention. He had that in our room. He had it on a laptop next to him. Just while everyone was walking around, he had just had Second Life next to him.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
That's all I wanted. I just wanted to tell that story.
Yeah, I say something.
Rodney, I will say this: meeting
Okay,
you
I
and
think-
Sai at Confuzzled was amazing. In
May I say something?
Yes.
Okay, I think we can have maybe a few more people, and there's a lot of people that I'm hoping would speak as well. All right, Kippy, you can go. Then I would like to hear from Timid and Inari, if you're willing to share.
Oh, did I raise my hand?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you said you
I
had
didn't mean
something.
to. I didn't mean to.
You have any words?
Okay.
His hand.
Big some of those.
yet, Raven. There's 2 other people before.
Hey, Timid,
I'd
man.
like to say
We have a few people with us here who actually did contribute a story to Silas's scroll, the Infinity Scroll. And Timid Grizzly is one of the newest additions. He can come over here and tell you his story himself. Earlier tonight, we had Crypt the Undead. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I just wanted to mention there were others on the scroll as well. Crypt the Undead was also here, who had a story on the scroll. Althalos is here, who has a story, and Inari Gshep. I'm trying to remember if anyone else had a story that was here at some point tonight. Oh, yes. Well, yes, of course. Rod has a story as well. So we're going to hear from some of those people now. Here's Timid Grizzly.
So my experience with Psy is a little different than most other furries. I'm from an engineering standpoint. And
Ari and Jack
Psy, for all his great accomplishments, his revolutionary work in speaker technology, bringing animation to appreciation to America, formalizing furry as a fandom. He never seemed preposterous. He never voiced, "I'm so great, I did." He was just humble and kept working at making good things happen and bringing people together so more things could happen.
Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. So, Inari Althalos, would you like to say anything?
You first, Althalos. You up. Go.
No, you first.
Go.
No, he said
No,
you first. No,
Okay.
Do rock, paper, scissors, okay?
Okay, one of you needs to come up here.
I can have my Alexa flip a coin if you guys want.
God. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, Nari, the floor is yours. Speak now or forever hold your peace, and you can come over here. You can stand on the rug.
I forced his hand.
I remember going to Confuzzled 2023.
I so forced his
Not
hand.
even knowing that these two were there.
Me.
And I'm like, oh, what's this panel called Two Old Furries? Go to that with my friend. Then I realised who it was sitting there because of the hat.
Sorry, Inari. One moment. Is everyone all right?
I'm hearing voices. I think everybody's okay.
All right.
Can barely His volume is very low.
Yeah.
All right.
If you guys need to, use VRChat systems to turn their volume up.
All right. You're gonna have to use. So yeah, click the top button.
I can't. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
That's better. Okay. Well, I remember going to Confuzzle 2023, looking in the comic book and saying, Two Old Furries. Okay, I'll go to that. Didn't even know who it was until I walked in and saw the hat. And I went, that hat looks familiar. Where have I seen it? My friend beside me was like, that's never them. I'm like, are you sure? And near the end, I said hi, and they said hi back, and my friend just looked at me, went pale, and went, now do you believe me? And he's like, what? And what you didn't know, Rodney, is when we walked out of that area, he's like, that was really them. I'm like, yes. Went round the corner, hear a thud beside me, he had passed out on the floor. So there was me in my full. There was me. Picture this: me in my full fursuit, standing beside my friend who's passed out in his on the floor. Member of staff walks up. And like, can you help me get this person to the welfare room? He's like, yeah, I'm welfare. It's like, oh, great. Run past the room even before Mark and Roddy had gone out. It's like, I'm so glad they didn't come out and see that. That was a funny day. In all seriousness, seeing these two doing all their stories in real life was the best experience I've ever had. And if you ever get to meet Rodney here at any convention, go and do it. He's a great man. Same with Silas, he was great too. They're both great people. And if I can ever meet you again, I will. Even if it costs me like $3,000 to get out there, I will do it one day.
Wow.
Love you, Rod. Love you, Bean. You're amazing.
And I'm going to prove that I grew up in Canada. I'm going to prove that I grew up in Canada. I am so sorry to your friend.
He's fine. He's still about.
Did you mean sorry?
But do you know the funny bit?
Nothing to laugh
Rob?
about, sorry.
You know the funny bit?
Yes.
He still remembers that day, even though he passed out. He still remembers blanking out and hitting the floor. Because his fursuit has a dent on the side of it now.
Had a little too much fun.
From where he fell. Anyway, Althalos, seeing as you force a hand, you come up here. No, come here. Come here.
You're gonna have to turn off.
Over there now, you silly.
Oops.
If anyone wants to know the story, it's on the scroll.
Alright, Althalos.
Get your ass up there.
Go.
Althalos.
I don't want to.
Okay, if he doesn't want to, we don't have to. We don't.
I'll show you something funny. Alright.
Also, it's very. Oh, sorry. Also, it's very nice to meet you, Rob.
Somebody's purring.
I do also hope to meet you someday.
Althalos, 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 Come on, even if it's only a sentence.
Peer pressure.
Alright.
My frames are like 20 right now. Jeez.
Floor.
Okay, so my interaction with Mark was kind of amazing because I met him at Ferality Luma, I believe it was. And, okay, I'm back. Yeah, big one. It was at Ferality Luma. It was at the Ask a Grey Mouse or Anything event, and he and I actually, we sat there talking for quite a while, and there's some. Now, I was very insecure about, my bisexuality, is very about being judged and what have you, and ooh, Jesus, what am I? Yep, gonna end up crashing, like I said. But he ended up leaving such a good impact on me. So he ended up saying. After I made it clear that I was uncomfortable, with what people think of me, Mark goes, fuck what the other people think. He goes, be comfortable with yourself and who you are.
Good mindset.
He's like, so, he and that was it, plain and simple. He pulled no punches.
Oh my goodness.
So
that sounds like him, absolutely.
Oh my goodness, it was funny, it was.
I remember the first time I met Mindy.
Oh my goodness, thank you, Althalos.
You're welcome.
I think it was you who
Thank you.
introduced me to him.
And also, I met Rod here, IRL, at AFC, and another FurCon. I actually walked up to him with Rayo.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh my gosh.
because here's the thing. So Ray was like, "Oh, you see this guy right there with the hat on, the ears?" And he's like, "I'm like, yeah." He goes, "That's Rodney." He goes, "Want to go say hello?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, let's go say hello. I'd love to meet him." so all of a sudden, Rayo just taps Rod on the shoulder, and next thing you know, he looks back, and we gave our condolences, this and that. Rod here commented on my shirt that I was wearing. It was a City of the Living Dead shirt, and he goes, "Wow, that is some shirt." Because it's of a girl, like puking out pig intestines, and he goes, "Wow, that is some shirt."
Girl puking out pig intestines.
Really weird movies.
Bread.
Yeah. I know a lot of really weird movies.
Oh, same.
All right, everyone. Just letting everyone know now, we have 60 people in the instance. So if any of you are in a very poor avatar, it would be much better to try and switch into an avatar that is not very poor. Anything we can do to prevent crashing in the world. Quite a few people are crashing.
There.
Thank you very much.
Lower res. There's my other lower quality one.
And Solo. First interaction
This doesn't matter for me, but let's still do it.
Him watching the fandom, and then the Uncle Carter bit comes on, and
Oh, no. Okay, you can go ahead and say that story if you want, but
basically,
I think I'm gonna go dip off on my own. I gotta go downstairs and do dishes. But this is interesting. I'll see you later.
The video was that's
Bye, Raven.
And that's all I heard. The first things out of his mouth.
Have a good one. Good to see you for a second.
That bit on the video. And I've had him ever since. All I heard.
Memorial. He was a boy.
Yep.
Gotta be questioned.
okay. So, is there anyone else? We can maybe have one more person have anything to say about.
May I
Saros.
say something?
Sure, Nitsuga.
No, that was not me. It's the Electro Furry. It's the Electro Furry.
It was that one.
Oh, Electro. Sure.
It's the
Come on. Yes. Come here. Yes. Absolutely.
I never knew Sylys Sable. To be honest, I didn't even know he existed until I learned about him passing at the Umbra convention. He's got a heart bigger than this universe. And it's a shame he's gone. In fact, I miss him. I don't know which character said this. It may have been Jughead from Archie's Weird Mysteries. Is it possible to miss someone you never knew? And the answer is yes. Starting to cry right now. I wish I could have met him, honestly. And I actually intend to do something for Sai. I intend to make a memorial temple for him that is guarded by his personas. I want to do something for him.
That would be a good idea.
It's kind of funny you mentioned that. It's kind of funny you mentioned that. Because I think that's a perfect lead-in to where we're going right now.
That couldn't be a more perfect build-up.
Oh. I get the
I'm gonna just take a little bit of a break, but then we're gonna head downstairs into Sylys's memorial.
Oh, I know where we're going.
And then, yeah, but don't head in there just yet. There's something I would like us to do before we head in.
Okay.
You can head down and head to the Furry Family of Frenda, and I will meet you at the Furry Family of Frenda exhibit downstairs. Thank you so much.
Let's go.
Down.
Already.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
You did a wonderful job, Soy-Dano. Thank you. And thank you as well.
Who doesn't know where it is?
I don't know if it's...
Okay, just follow me. Just follow me.
Yeah.
You may
Whoever
want
doesn't know where it is, follow the
to not show very poor avatars. block very poor avatars and only show 20. Should help.
How are you?
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go soon. I gotta go to bed and got work tomorrow.
We're almost done. It's very close. We're almost done.
You know, I could probably hang on a half hour.
I don't know if it was.
Cambia un avatar que tengas bueno.
Already cut off on. I guess speaking about him, I'm sorry, I got here a little bit late.
20 minutes away from him.
My birthday, I was trying to.
We're already moving on. Yeah,
Okay.
everyone's already downstairs. We're moving on.
Don't talk yourself too hard there. I already have a few.
I'm gonna take water and continue.
I don't know, I missed my chance to say a thing.
Oh well.
I asked if anyone wanted to say anything.
I was getting ready to speak, and then I heard someone speak behind me.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what's perfect? You can speak it at the free fan.
Yes.
Friend exhibit.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to send
I
a
guess,
request
but
because you're on red.
I expect you to give a history talk about the thing. It's not that. Not impressive.
Aquí estoy. ¿Quién me hablaba?
I asked. I didn't see you. I didn't see you.
No, es un break. Es para ir al baño o algo así, ¿no?
Yeah, now we're moving on.
Y ahorita vamos a ir para abajo.
Alright, we'll head down there. And
Sí.
Yay!
Árale.
You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later.
Ya te cansaste. No. Ezequiel. Se oía como él.
Did it go through? There it goes.
Ay. Ahorita ya vamos a acabar. Ahorita vamos a ir con lo de abajo y ya. Y lo que tengan que decir la gente.
Yo toco la guitarra en la ducha a veces.
Are they already down
A veces.
on the memorial?
¿Qué pasa, Dano? Ay.
Siempre.
¿A veces? Okay, that's more better. Yeah, all the time. Todo el tiempo.
¿Cómo lo ves, Dano?
Let's go down.
Ok, chicos, en un momento más regresamos, así que los dejo con una musiquita de fondo de que vamos a tomarnos un break por el momento, así que aguántenme las carnitas. Porque vaya, sí está interesante todo este tema de Silas, las experiencias que nos están contando, personitas que se están uniendo. En un momento más regresamos.
Personas que lo conocieron en vida real.
Downstairs to the Furry Family of Friend exhibit.
Ahí está.
Everyone, please follow me downstairs to the Furry Family of Frienda exhibit. We actually have one more story about Silas to share. And it is from someone who actually is responsible for starting the Furry Family of Friendas.
El stream, ya no hay nadie.
Peach Clover. Woo! Please join us downstairs at the Furry Family of Frienda
No me
exhibit.
aguanta. El modem no me aguanta.
Thank you.
No sé cuántas veces ya me crasheó. Me ha crasheado como unas 10 veces.
Amor, ya vamos para abajo. Ya vamos para abajo.
Bueno.
No tengo que cargarte.
Ven, Mochito, hazte un poco más chico, porfa.
Este no tiene. Este no tiene como loco. Ahí viene el ese, vamos para abajo.
Vamos. Oh, mira. Vamos más rápido para que no nos crashemos, porque a mí me caí. ¿Sabes cuántas veces me he crasheado? Sí, vámonos al respawn.
To the attic.
I just heard that.
Okay. The attic, the basement, the basement.
Yeah. Hey.
Is there a tour going on?
Oh, give me one moment. Hello, everyone upstairs and everyone who is talking right now that is not me. You are interrupting the memorial. Yes, it absolutely is your bad. You should be here watching the memorial. It will not happen again. You can come in here anytime and talk with your friends anytime. don't worry, it's almost over. We're moving on. Alright, so here's Peach Clover. If you don't know who Peach is, he actually was responsible for creating the first in-person furry family ofrenda.
Nice meeting you guys.
Well, the first furry ofrenda in Meet Fermi.
Vamos a esperar un momento en lo que se hace la ofrenda, porque esa ya la vimos.
And he has a few words that he would like to say about Saros, because he also has.
Si quieren, nos vamos arriba en lo que terminan de hablar ellos.
Also, I'm hearing a very loud heartbeat from someone.
Esa ya la vimos, vamos arriba.
Don't be nervous. Do you want the microphone?
D3M0N_NSFW. That's my name. Okay, next karaoke is happening.
All right.
And I'll get you on Discord. Have a lovely night.
All right. Oddly, I feel put on the spot. So,
¿Qué onda, Derek? Bienvenida, buenas.
I was going to say something upstairs.
No vamos a tardar mucho.
I choked. So I met Sai through a phone call in 2015, I think, when I wanted to ask him about furry history. I considered myself a furry historian at the time. So I just wanted to ask him some things, and well,
No, amor, quítate ese. Está muy fuerte. Está muy cargado. Déjate el lobo, no te pongas otro. Está muy cargado.
I ended up being his friend. We talked. I love talking to him. And I'd always walk when I was talking to him, and so, you know, I've never worn out a pair of shoes faster than talking to Sai.
Está muy cargado, amor.
And then, they were gone.
Cámbiatelo.
And we would talk all the time. We talked about everything, and he loved sharing his stories. And I think what Vincent said before is just so true. I was thinking about it myself, is that he is a fan of well, everything. He found a way to like things. If they had just one thing that
Voy a tener que poner el
he
tandem.
would like them. Even when my own personal tastes were things like
Voy a cambiar eso para que esté más
I would
ligero.
say that's not high enough quality.
Listo.
And I recently watched the music video for
El tandem huevo.
Seed's Ding, one of his songs from
Ese que me va
his
mejor
DJ
ya.
sets in Second Life, and I was like, wow, you know, I see now that he plays the song because it was furry, but I wouldn't have liked it so much
O
because
ponte el mío.
the quality was low. But that was the thing
¿Te
about
acuerdas que tú
Sai,
tienes la beta?
is that it didn't matter if there was just one thing that he liked in something, and it was
O ponte uno que no sé.
it was wonderfully infectious. He talked about things in ways that made me feel like I wanted to care. I wanted to care. Yeah, he got me to read so many books. Wayne Scott Weasel was one of them. I got me
Okay.
to watch some movies, Gay Paris, for the third time. He loved the art in there. He was a
Vamos.
fan of everything. And like I said, he just had that quality to him. And
A ver qué pasa.
the strangest thing about him, strangest moment I can share is I was talking about one night when I said, oh, well, it's just a warm night and I can hear crickets. I was outside walking, and he was like, oh, are there dragonflies? I'd love to see dragonflies again. And something about the way that he said that, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, he made me care about something that I see every summer, and he hadn't seen him in so long, and it just made me want to give that to him. And that's what he had. He had the power to, like, make you care, and he had a way of making you care. He had a way of making you feel appreciated. So, I guess that's the thing is, when we talked, I first wanted to talk with him like a furry historian, but we were just fans. We were fans. We geeked out, and we were I don't know, like playful kids. Doesn't matter that we had like a 40-year age difference. We just geeked out to TV and cartoons, comic books, all across time, and it made me appreciate that. That when you feel that it makes you want to live more. I don't know how to describe it. It just makes you want to live. It makes you care. It makes you do good things for other people because, well, you've got the energy to do it, I guess. And that was the gift that he gave. Well, that's what I wanted to share. But I suppose Solo wanted me to tell the story of the Ofrenda, and well, it's pretty simple. He said one thing. I was just telling him about it. I told him how much difficulty I had setting up the Ofrenda at the convention. This was like right after the convention, and he's like, "Oh my God, that's such a great idea." And he said, I'm going to do one too. I'm going to go out to a thrift store and I'm going to buy up all these old picture frames. And I said, "Sai, why don't you just go down to Walmart and get some new ones? They cost $5. It'll be cheaper that way." And he said, No. These are my friends. They passed away long ago. I want their pictures to look like they've been there for all this time. That again was the kind of person he was, is that he carried everything through time with him. He carried his love and his loss through time. And he wanted to like retroactively show that, I guess.
Thank you so much.
So, I guess that's all I gotta say.
Oh no, there's more. You can feel free.
Nope, just awkwardly stopping this because that's all I gotta say.
It's all right.
You did fine.
Oh, good.
You did great. Yeah, you did great.
Yeah, you did good.
Yeah, really, you really did good.
All right.
Great on that.
Oh boy, I wonder if I should use this thing.
You made it.
How does that even work? I could never figure out how.
Ah, you touched the tablet. Oh.
No, you can't.
I didn't crash. I did not crash. I'm still
He's really feeling inside right now. You can't blame him. That's how he truly feels.
This is amazing.
This is how Sotolo really feels in the
It's a Stellato Pog Champ.
Yeah. Well, let's get a picture of this.
You know, he says he doesn't crash, and yet he hasn't said a word since.
I bet he's managing something.
Give me one moment. I'm pulling up.
There we go.
Particular
Hello.
We're on polar opposites of this.
Mushu.
Oh, Mushu.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Best summon.
It represents me when I get
Whenever I
Not in here, I'm not. There's too many people that I can crash.
am met with someone who helped me tremendously, I always feel the need to thank them in some way. I have a print shop. I have some, sketchbook tools and things. And when I convinced Silas to come to Florida, to come to Megaplex, and picked him up from the airport. And I already had a little gift bag ready to go for him. It was a sketchbook and some various drawing utensils. It was kind of sad because for everything that Silas did to bring artists together, he didn't feel like he was a good artist himself. Well, no, he didn't hate art, but he just didn't feel like he was up to par. He didn't feel like he was worthy, so to speak. It didn't.
That he felt that way because so many of us loved his art so much. We met him through his art.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't do it because he didn't feel it was good enough. That was so sad.
It was. I gave him that sketchbook.
Sorry.
and the drawing utensils. Oh no, not at all. I gave those utensils, sketchbooks, and everything to him, and as a gift. And and I told him, well, you should draw. You should draw on it. Like it's something joyous. This is what the fandom's all about. And we were in the hotel room after a long day at a Megaplex, the convention, and he said, "Oh, what should I draw?" And I was like, "Well, he asked me, who's your favorite Disney character?" And I said, Mushu. For many who don't know, my character was actually made by an in-between animator, Dominic Avant, who worked on Mulan for Mushu. So yeah, I really loved it.
Damn.
Yeah, everyone called you art and design.
Amazing.
And so, yeah, I mean, it's not about me though; it's about him. So we were laying down in bed. I can't remember what exactly I was doing. What I do remember very clearly is after about 15 minutes or so, it felt like 15. It probably would have been 10. I can't tell time. And then turn around, and it turns out that he drew one of the best renditions of Mushu I'd ever seen. And like, I was amazed. I was like, whoa, that is so cool. What other art have you made? What else have you done? It's like, oh, I already sent it to you. And it was things that he drew in the 70s. He hadn't really drawn much, it seems, for a while, up to that point. And then he drew Mushu for me. And then he didn't really feel too happy about it. He was like, "Oh, I just know how to follow the model sheets." Well, I felt like he was a very good and a very talented artist that deserved a little bit more recognition than he got. And then it was quite sad when I did visit the Prancing Skill Tear. I saw Vinson Mink in person. That book that you saw up there for the very first page of the comic book, I held that book in my hands. And I have a picture of me holding it in my hands. I had cleaned all of Mark's badges that had been gathering dust and put them all in the books. And I found the sketchbook. The sketchbook that I had gifted to Mark with the intent that he would be able to draw furries to his heart's content. There was only one drawing in that sketchbook, and it was that one. I asked Rod, had he drawn anything before his passing? And you told me no. So we're pretty sure this is the very last drawing that Sylys ever made.
Damn.
Oh. Man. And he wouldn't have done it without you giving him that
No,
book.
aún acaba, todavía falta bastante. Chicos, al parecer lo están llevando por partes y ya llevamos 3 horas con 52. Llevamos casi para las 4 horas, chicos.
Here's the funny thing.
Estoy algo cansado, la verdad.
It wasn't a better book.
Pero vamos a ver qué sale, chicos. Vamos a escuchar un poquito más
General
sobre la historia que nos está contando aquí.
$2 sketchbook. Really good pencils, by the way. The pencils cost more than the book. But Mars Lumograph, Stedler pencils. Yes, but then he
the material.
Sí, ando un poco cansado.
He drew something so lovely with it, and I loved it. And I was trying to push him to draw more and to feel a little bit better about his drawings. I don't know how he felt about drawings by the time he passed away, but I think he had spent so much time encouraging others. There weren't that many people there to encourage him. Well, certainly they were there.
Hola, ¿qué tal,
but,
Daniel? ¿Cómo estás?
I don't know if anyone took it upon themselves to try to get him back into drawing again. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you love something, don't feel like you're not good enough to do it if it brings you joy. This fandom is all about bringing people happiness and joy and bringing life to the world. So don't be afraid to draw.
That's quite a lot of people.
Yes, I do it because you love
Yes,
it.
yes, it is.
Yes.
So, with that being said, we are about to head into the memorial room, and I'll share this story with you. I had already known that Silas was having. Yeah, we can please not talk over the presentation. That would be wonderful.
Sorry.
If I saw Silas's health not doing so well in our movie groups. He was talking less. He was responding not as often. He just felt less like himself and less there. And then over time, he just wasn't showing up at all. And I had this nagging feeling that something was very wrong. And this was all the way back in October of 2020, I think 2023. And then by it was, I think, 10 days prior to his passing in February that finally, after going through so many doctors, going in and out of hospitals, emergency room visits, and I was getting updates from Rod and Changa. I heard that he had cancer, and my mom had pancreatic cancer, and I know that cancer was not something that you just walk back from. So, as the very first thing I did when I heard that was I made the song you're about to hear in the memorial, and I wanted to make that memorial room because I didn't want anyone to forget who he was and how great he was. Even if he personally he was too humble to accept it for himself. He meant a lot to a lot of people. He was a great person to so many. He helped save so many lives and bring so many lives together. There were so many people who found through this fandom their loved ones, their passions, their interests, their creative motivations, their drive. They found their roommates and people who helped out when times were tough. They found people who... Anyways, I can go on, but I made that room in honor of what he means to us all, and it was hard. It was really hard for 10 days. I had worked on that.
I'll bring Tom. I'll bring him.
There's no need. I can, with the intercom, tell him to come downstairs.
There you go.
I'll tell him to come downstairs.
That's too late now.
Oh gosh, here we go.
And no, you can still do it.
Sal, Mad, please come downstairs. We are downstairs in the furry family friend room. Please come downstairs to the furry family friend room.
Here he comes.
We're
the big boy. The sun dude
arrives
arrives.
as fast as I possibly could.
The sun dude arrives. Hello.
Hey, Tao.
It is Tao
Hi,
of
Tao.
the
It
is the
Sun.
going Tao. It is the sun dude.
Tao's probably got amazing stories.
You okay?
Hi, Tao. We've met a few times at Ferrari, but I
Don't
don't know
miss.
if you remember me.
I'm looking for pictures now.
Crashed again.
No, I didn't crash. I'm looking for the pictures.
Lagging real bad.
Straightforward. Everyone take it easy.
Too many
I'm trying to find the pictures that I had sent.
I'm getting 15.
Here we go.
Mother-in-law just had her telemedicine got cancelled.
Yeah.
Dime.
Oh, my poor computer. You're in sorrow.
Okay, I don't know if this will work, but let's give it a.
Very terrible time. And but at
No,
any
qué
rate,
cool.
I guess.
Let's give it a shot.
So what's going on this evening?
We've just been doing a little tour of the whole. So a lot of them doing a whole tour of the museum. About it's all about Psy tonight.
Sorry that
Oh
my
no,
computer
it's not working, guys.
Adorable.
I'm so sorry. I can't show you. I don't think it's not going to be easy for me to show you. But basically, hello everyone. The presentation is happening. It is happening. Let's be a little bit attentive just for a few minutes, and then we'll move on.
Okay. Right.
It was 1 week before Silas passed away. He wanted to speak with me. He was on his deathbed, and he was confined to that bed. He wasn't able to move around, and I had we made a few closing remarks. Essentially, I asked him a few questions, and we talked a little bit about furry, like we always do. And then I told him what was going to be here in this museum on this bottom floor. The entire plan that I had for everything. And he really wanted to see it. And he told me, yeah, so I want to see it. And I told him it'll take me 6 months to make it. And he said, I'll wait. Unfortunately, it's taking a little longer than 6 months. That was over a year ago. A little over a year ago. And it's still not done. So, yeah, I kind of missed that deadline. But he passed away 1 week later. Before he passed away, it seems not too many people know this, but I did show him what the room would look like. The problem is, I didn't even have the concept finished myself, and I couldn't really figure out how to get it working so that he could see it. I just looked back, and I did send Changa an image 4 days prior to his passing that showed some colors being in the room, but he couldn't see the martins. I didn't have the martins figured out yet along the sides of the walls. All I had
It's
was...
coming for the visitor that's over there. It's coming for the visitor that's over there.
Okay. Any final words? No?
It's final words, like I say about Sable.
Okay, you're banned from the group.
Oh boy.
He will not be coming back ever again.
Oh.
Thanks.
There we go. Oh, never mind.
Dang.
Please continue.
I heard none of that.
I showed Silas the room. It was just an empty sphere with dark blue coloring. It was rather sad, honestly. It felt devoid of life. It was dark and it was depressing, and I even saw the look on his face when he saw it, and it didn't. It was pretty clear that he didn't quite understand what was happening, or he didn't like it. But I explained to him what was going to be in there, and I could tell that he was trying to imagine it. That might have factored into when he said he wanted to see it. But I'm looking through the pictures now, and I tried my very best in that week to put as much work as I possibly could to get it done as quickly as possible, so that he could see, at the very least, if not this entire museum, his own memorial room. And the images that I sent to Changa, anytime I made a significant improvement, I was sending the images to him, but it was already quite a bit too late. He wasn't able to respond very well. He wasn't able to communicate or speak. And I don't know if he was even able to see those images. So what you're about to see is something that he could not. So please, the next room that we're going in, I ask everyone to give it their utmost respect. You can be furry. He wanted all of us to be furry. He got upset with me when I was wearing polos to a furry convention. He's like, "You should wear your furry shirt. You have all your furry shirts." I'm like, I'm a bit more cosmopolitan in my style. I like to dress nice for people, you know. That's the shirts I sleep in, and then. So yeah, it's okay to be furry. It's okay to be yourself. But the room that we're about to go into, and oh gosh, my model is really
serious.
messed up.
It's alright.
Let's stop holding up the group and head into the next room. So when we do that, go ahead and turn up your world volume. Turn it all the way up to max, and you can head on downstairs. And I will meet you in Silas's memorial.
So, though, I will say something.
Onward.
Before the entrance?
The progression of...
Yeah, we're heading into the memorial now. Yes.
I saw the progression of how quick you were doing that room in the start.
Hey there, Madness.
The thing was spinning in the middle. You did that room so quick at the start.
I don't know what happened. I just heard some dude just like say something. Something out of
Dano, persígueme. So I have to do this quickly. Dano, ven para acá, ven.
I'm glad that you showed Tao. I'm really happy that you're here as well.
Déjame introducirte a Tao. Déjame presentarte a Tao.
With Ruzu Chan, I know she's taking care of you. I know she loves you a lot, and I love you too a lot.
Él es Tao.
I'm just glad that Ruzi's been taking care of you. How you're doing? I've been
He's my friend. He's from Mexico.
I hope you're okay. I hope you're doing okay. I've been really worried about
It's a
you.
lot of work. Right now, I've been working on finger and hand prosthesis.
Ahorita. Oh. Let me introduce you to my friend.
I've been really, like I said, I've been really worried about you, and I know Ruzi's been making sure that your health is good.
Hello.
You know? I'm
Nice
glad
to
you're
meet you.
okay.
Good to see you.
He's from Mexico. He's from Mexico.
Tengo miedo.
He's afraid of your avatar. He looks too big and like you're hungry. Like you're hungry. Like
you.
He has phantom touch on phantom touch, by the way.
Well, tell them, wait, I have a seat on my back if you want to ride. If you want to get on.
Si quieres sentarte en la silla de él atrás, te puede patear.
¿Seguro?
Say, are you sure? He's saying, are you sure? He says, seguro.
Yes,
Sure. Are you
yes,
sure?
yes,
Yes,
yes.
sí. He's saying,
Pero,
sí means yes.
¿Sí? Pero, Chuy,
Sí,
no,
ya.
no me va a comer, ¿verdad?
Dale.
No me va a comer.
No, súbete tú
Bye,
que cambie
bye.
de opinión.
A ver,
No,
chicos.
sí means yes.
Voy.
Sí means yes.
¿No le vio la silla?
Sí, en la espalda, por la espalda.
Tell him that there's a spot in my back where my wings meet my back.
Aquí está la silla. Adentro en la espalda.
¿En su espalda?
Aquí. Mírala, mírala. Ahí está. He's up there. There you go.
All right. Okay. Tell him I will adjust his seat for him to hang on for 1 second.
Va a ajustar tu silla para que puedas ver.
Ok.
Ahí va. There you go. Ahí estamos.
This is very... Es divertido.
This is very fun, he's saying.
Very fun.
Ask him if he would like to go for a flight.
Si quieres ir a una volada con él.
¿Sí?
¿A volar?
Sí, pero...
Yes.
All right. Tell him I'm going to go downstairs and we'll go for a flight.
Ahora, there you go. Maní para abajo y ya voy a volar.
Wow, chicos, esto puso emocionante. No inventes. Tengo miedo. No inventes.
How is the sun? Are you here? In the Saros Memorial right now.
I made my way.
I'd love for you to join us.
Nomás trata de no hablar mucho allá.
Chicos, estoy emocionado.
Que van a estar volando allá
¿Saben
adentro.
cuántos años
Turn the
tiene?
music up.
Oh, que le subas la música para arriba, para que oigas la canción del mundo.
Ok.
There you go.
Voy.
Oh, wow.
Chicos, no me puedo creer. No lo van a creer. No lo van a creer, chicos. Ese furro tiene 80 años. No mames, güey. Se llama Tao de Sun. ¡Guau! ¡Guau! Güey, no inventes. No mames, güey. ¡Qué hermoso! ¡Wow! Chicos, no puede ser, está bien hermoso esto. Lo mejor que me ha pasado. Wow. Wow, chicos, no puede ser, qué hermoso.
That texture is
Sí, estoy volando, chicos, no mames. Pero ¿saben
tall.
qué edad tiene él? Tiene 80 años. 80 años, güey. Es el furro más grande. No mames.
Inside of Unity. So I had to channel pack it so that we can get all the names in here. The texture is 49,000 pixels tall. At the moment, it has 25. It has 25 unique stories, which you can read within 8 minutes. And
thank you.
The entire scroll
You're welcome.
revolves once every 21 minutes. So if you just stay still for 8 minutes and read the scroll, you will read through all the stories. But the scroll isn't finished. This room still isn't done. There's enough room for 65 stories, and I only have 25 right now. So if any of you have been personally impacted by
chicos, qué bonito. Qué
I'm
bonito.
looking for people
A ver,
who had
lo demás lo
spoken
van a ver por a
in
través de mis ojos porque
where Silas had made
no
an
puedo
impact
activar la
on your
cámara
life.
porque me está lagueando.
Please message me, and we can work together on getting your story on the scroll. I have worked with people who didn't speak English very well. I had worked with people who struggled to write. I'd helped with writing what they wanted to say. And everyone loves the story that is present here for them. And the goal of this is to memorialize Sylys, and not just my own words, but the words of all the people he touched. So if any of you would like to contribute, I highly recommend getting in touch with me, and I would love to add your story to the scroll.
Yeah. It's
there's a little bit of biography in the back that you can read. We already went through quite a lot of that in the presentation today. And I'd rather not talk so much about the technical information and how this room operates.
Yeah.
It is very cool. But we're here to honor Sylys, so I think with all of that being said, that concludes the memorial. Thank you all so much for being here, for coming together.
Sylys,
you
you fucking legend! To Sylys!
So, do you remember?
To Sylys! I would love to have been Sylys!
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
guys.
Rod, is there something you'd like to say?
Rod.
Thank you.
Will the sun admire for a picture? Yeah. Let me see. Where's?
If you want a hug.
Let me take a picture right here. See.
You're just so drunk on New Year's.
That's everybody. That's another day. Right? That's another day. Ahí está, amor. Ahí está. Él es bien conocido por eso. I hope you're feeling better, sir. And sorry for your mother-in-law situation.
No, it's a rough time, but
Glad I checked VRChat.
Picture.
Sí, ya las tomé. ¿Quieres que te las mande?
Every
Thank you, sir.
great uplift
Yeah.
for human rights.
Yeah.
It's always
Furry down is an up, right?
Picture?
There you go. Ahí está. Se atravesó.
All right, everyone. We're going to attempt a group photo in Sylys's memorial. Please join us downstairs for Sylys's memorial. We are going to attempt a group photo.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you for the post.
Preferably, you don't all stand in front of the camera.
Let me give you your pet hugs.
The entire memorial. You're all gonna have to go way back.
All right. Well, let's go to the.
Please, not in front of the camera. Way back.
Make sure it's like
I am
relatively short avatar.
You're right in front of us.
What we're trying to get the right. My VR is about to break while I'm trying to take this photo. I don't know if I can handle questions.
Oh boy.
We're trying to get
Short at the front, high at the back. Short at the front, high at the back.
Take advantage of my hardware and
I
also
stay
take some
probably I think in the
pictures.
middle because I'm kind of like partially a little bit tall but not too short. So
Release the beast.
Yeah, this has been
My PC.
Oh, my headset broke.
Here we go. I've got you.
I've got you. I'm taking some pictures for you.
I have made a post up on Fur Affinity on how to use a PC to headset cable where you have infinite power and for the battery on the headset and infinite power of the memory and the CPU on the PC.
Give me one moment. I need to make sure that everyone can be visible, and my computer is not going to be happy. So, oh boy, I'm gonna.
You can do it. We believe in you.
Sending you my best wishes,
Okay,
Althalos.
we are pushing the limits of computers with this.
Yeah, pushing the.
All right, is everyone ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The Tim's right in front of me.
Oh god.
Wait, I want to get it.
Yeah.
All right, anyone who's on the very edge, please come in.
Yep, guys, at the edge. I see an.
Oh no, Rod left. Oh no.
Rayer's here.
Rod crashed.
Hey.
No. I took the photo.
Solo, I got some for you. I took some before.
Stop it.
Why are the cameras jittering like that?
We didn't take the photo yet.
Are you on the open beta?
We didn't take the photo yet.
No.
Take it easy, everybody. Take it easy.
bunch of photos.
No, it's something else.
I'm going to take so many photos.
Right.
Blogging everybody out.
No, we're already here. We might as well.
frames per second. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way,
I'll go ahead and take a photo. Let's go ahead. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. One more. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, we have photos.
I'm gonna send you something.
Okay, enough. Enough of the pictures. It's like I'm gonna crash. Oh Jesus! Look at this
Sí. I've been on a photo instead of 100 people. This is like
A ver si puedo.
You're welcome.
Someone's still taking photos?
You're welcome.
It's an instant picture. Didn't get a picture.
You're welcome.
I just printed a Polaroid.
Say goodbye to Solo for now. I'm gonna take a little break because I'm getting that headache, something bad. In the VR magazine. I'll be back on.
We did it.
Oh, I wish my headset wasn't broken.
We know. It's like I might be on still. Because like I would rather hang out with you and stuff over a time of procrastination. Because like I don't really have anything going on tomorrow.
Would you? I don't know. Hour?
Oh, thank you.
2 hours at max. An hour and a half at the latest. Hour to hour and a half.
Thank you.
my photos.
You're welcome.
Is this really
And also,
I may have got one, but I gotta check my photos.
Well, really appreciate it, Gator.
Where's the?
Had like a life
You don't have to flip it over.
like all of you guys.
My voice was being broadcast.
You don't have to flip it over.
So I had to turn it on.
You don't have to, but
Yeah, that's alright.
You just point at the bubble like you do a player.
So Hollow, I really wish.
there's 2 ways to do it.
Pero ¿cómo se descarga?
If I could just have one wish, I just wish when it comes to this situation,
Save the print and print it out so there's multiple copies.
I joined the fandom rather late in March of 2020, after the furry fandom.
Dano,
I joined October.
save the print and print it out so we have multiple copies floating around. Is he?
Yeah, he was here.
I was a closet fur in high school.
Oh crap, sorry everyone. My sticks are pretty.
You can save it as a print.
Ahí está, amor. Hasta te paseaste en el sol. Él es el del... ¿Te acuerdas el Fur Hub? Él es el creador. Él es el de la foto. ¿Qué tal los cuadros, dibujos y todo eso? Es él. Pues viene a su amigo. No, Silas.
Silas. Oh.
Sí, él tuvo la Segunda Guerra Mundial.
¿Es una Segunda Guerra Mundial?
Él sí atendió la Segunda Guerra Mundial.
¿Cuántos años tiene ese furro? ¿Me habías dicho? ¿80?
Se me que está en los 80.
Se escucha ya muy grande.
Sí.
Oye,
Sí, pero tiene una forma de hablar bien cariñoso, forma como habla.
Es demasiado cariñoso.
Pero él se considera un caballero.
Pero lo que me dio más risa es cuando me presentaste como un amigo.
No, let me introduce you to somebody, a alguien especial, eso es lo que significa.
Le dijiste,
Más,
this is my friend.
This is my friend. Porque, por ejemplo, cuando no estabas tú, le dije, mira, preséntate un amigo muy especial mío. Así se le dice a mi amor en el lenguaje de ellos.
Órale.
Por eso tienes que hablar caballero.
Ajá. Oye, pero me dio mucho. Me hizo muchas cosquillas. Me hizo muchas cosquillas.
Sí, pero recuerdas que él es un caballero. Esos que te hacen las espadas así, ¿no? La reina. Eso es lo que es él.
Qué elegante.
Por eso tienes que hablar, ¿sabes? Se siente a todo dar cuando le hablas caballero. Por eso le dije, mira, déjame introducirte a un amigo especial, mi pareja, y luego te está diciendo, Dano, ven, y por eso dije.
Es que tenía miedo, Chuy, y es que empezó a morder.
No, pero él es el... Pues fíjate, ni siquiera computador y nada él conoció, el más viejo.
Su madre.
Cuando él estaba joven no había nada de computadoras, ni existía nada de... Él era papel y lápiz, la edad de él. Si yo soy carburador, él es vapor, porque él está en los años de vapor.
Es mamón.
Por eso se me hace que el carro no corría mucho. Este es también un famoso youtuber,
¿Quién?
El ese con la chaqueta verde.
¿Quién es? ¿Es Beta Deta?
Tipo ver el nombre de él. Raque.
Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Excuse me.
How you doing, bro?
Hello.
Hello. Do you speak
Spanish?
¿Hablas español? Do you
speak Spanish?
No, I don't speak Spanish. I only know like a few phrases.
Sí,
but I'm not
Dano,
fluent.
¿cómo está? ¿Cómo anda? Sí, yo soy cotidiano, sí puedo hablar español. Yo conocieron a Saros aquí mucho tiempo, porque conocieron a ancianos, a Saros y el otro.
Well, more like Peru. Or actually, no, she knows more Peruvian Spanish, but.
Okay.
Sí, esta cosa estuvo tan hermoso. Este memorial que ellos hicieron para nosotros es tan
está muy bonito.
Es como ellos hicieron esto para nosotros, para la memorial y todo.
He's talking about the statue. The memorial.
No, I'm talking about the memorial, basically saying that it was really beautiful here. Just
It
translation.
really is beautiful. Yeah, it is beautiful.
I'm really glad that Saros and Tao was able to come here. I'm glad they joined in on me, and I'm really happy that he was able to experience this.
To be honest, I'm kind of envious that I'm not in any of those stories because.
No mames,
to be honest,
I've been around the fandom since 2007. So I've been around
bueno,
for
yo
quite a
voy a
while.
finalizar el stream, Yo finalizo este.
Bueno, amor, está bueno ya.
No,
para que le prepares una copia a todos nosotros para que se lo deas, ¿no?
Ahorita voy a finalizar. Voy para allá.
Ok.
I had many months.
Nope, you're still muted. They're doing a service downstairs, so I'm gonna go join that. You're more than welcome to say hi. And it's good seeing you. Also, there's a little ant around.
Hola, ¿qué tal, chicos? Muy buenas noches o buenas madrugadas. Bueno, ya son las 12:27 y pues hasta acá vamos a finalizar el stream. Espero que les haya gustado un montón. Fue un evento muy hermoso, muy bonito. Que la verdad, esta vez Sótalo, que es el del evento, el organizador, vaya, se voló la barda y estuvo muy chido, muy padre, muy perrón. Y pues ahora sí nos vamos a pasar a despedir, chicos y chicas. Cuídense mucho. Nos estamos viendo. Wissen, me alegro un montón para aquellas personas que estuvieron acá en directo. Te agradezco un montón por quedarse hasta el último. Dije yo, nadie se va a quedar, porque había momentos donde diría yo que nomás quedábamos 3, 2 en el stream. Y es como que, oh Dios, está bien, entiendo que no les gusta ese tipo de cosas, pero es un evento para recordar Silas. Disculpen si no pude hacer la mejor traducción, pero mi inglés no me da, ¿saben? No entiendo aún el inglés. ¿Con qué trabajo no puedo cambiar la llanta de un carro? Ahora, ¿te imaginas de esto? Me alegra que les haya gustado, chicos. Y bueno, chicos y chicas, nos estamos viendo hasta el día sábado. Cuídense mucho, pasen bonita noche y recuerden tomar agüita de ubu. Y nos vemos, hasta luego. Este fue perdón, la dislexia. Esto fue Yo Soy Dano y nos vemos hasta la próxima. ¡Rar!